और आईटी सेक्टर की, मैं आज की मतलब यूपीएससी की कोचिंग की तरफ जब जाता हूँ तो ऐसी भीड़ देखता हूँ तो मेरे दिमाग में आईटी सेक्टर लैंग्वेजेस इतना देख देख के बैठ गया था कि मैं यहाँ देखने आया हूँ कि आखिर ऐसा क्या क्रेज क्या है। वैसे मैं आर्ट्स स्टूडेंट हूँ।
यार ये नाइस, क्लैप करो यार, क्लैप करो प्लीज। ये होता है, मतलब भीड़ देख के भी आए लोग कि क्या चल क्या रहा है, ये क्या टेक्नोलॉजी में क्या हो रहा है, लोग इतना पैसा क्यों बना रहे हैं। हमारे स्पीकर से भी पूछना, दे आर ऑल रियली गुड। आओ आओ।
Hello sir, I am Arvind Kurmi. I am a second year student of SJSITA CSE branch. I have started DSA and web development, and I am here to know what to do next and what are the new technologies I can pursue with that.
Really cool, really cool. Clapping. यार थोड़ा आप भी जाग जाओगे, करते जाओ clap.
So hello everyone, I am Anupam Pandey, third year student at IIT Indore. So I come here for, I have done DSA as well as AIML. So I have come here for connections and see what I can do next, like how to progress more in AIML and DSA.
Let's just wait for some time and then yeah, we can just start with the event.
We ran out of time.
Yeah, we are running out of time now.
Lot of amazing
but
people.
we'll be calling you. बीच में बुलाते रहेंगे. Incentives मिलेंगे. कोई
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आप सबको मिलेंगे स्वैग्स आपके. अरे मैं करवाता हूँ अभी. सबके लिए बहुत सारी क्लैप्स करो. They are all very very like हमारे बहुत अच्छे ये अटेंडेंट्स हैं. इन सबको हम स्वैग्स देंगे. और हम लोग अब थोड़ी देर में अब स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं. वो थोड़ी देर मतलब कुछ मिनट्स.
Hello. Hello Indore. There is no excitement. Yet this event is being organized. Woo! Nice. Now I see the excitement. So this event is organized after 3 years. Pehle we were having online events. Thanks to technology that we are still connected with our old attendees as well. And cheers to that. Let's have a great applause for that thing. Great. So I am super hyped up to be hosting this event for all of you. So let the season of DevFest begin. But before that, पोहा जलेबी किस किसने खाया है आज? ज़्यादा ने नहीं खाया ना? What about you, मोक्षिका?
इंदौर आया और पोहा जलेबी नहीं खाया, ऐसा हो सकता है क्या guys? क्यों?
Let's just check कितना जोश है सब में, ठीक है? So we'll be doing a networking session. We want to have a धमाकेदार start to this event. Let's divide all of you into 3 teams. This is team A. Let's call this team B, and let's call this team C. Now team B has an advantage because they have speakers with them. ठीक है? Now what all of you need to do is you need to shout DevFest Indore 2022. We'll be taking name of each team and then you will have to shout it. Along with it, just switch on your flashlight, but only for the teams that we are shouting the names for. Okay? So flashlights चालू रखो सब अपनी. Let's start. सब लोग पहले flashlights on कर लो. Nice. Everybody, flashlights. Flashlights. बीच के लोग क्या हो गया?
Yes, everyone.
Nice, nice, nice. Okay, अब सब बंद करते हैं. ठीक है? Now I'll be counting. I'll be saying Team A. So Team A will switch on their flashlight and shout DevFest Indore 2022. Okay? If I say Team B, it will be the same. Team C, it will be the same. Let's see who wins. Okay. Everybody just turn off your flashlights for now. Turn on your flashlights now. Yeah, okay. Let's shout together first. 1, 2, 3, start. Come on. All the teams together. DevFest Indore 2022. Come on. Shout it. Okay, great. समझ आ गया सबको? अब flashlights सब बंद करते हैं. Now I'll be saying the name of the teams. Okay. Team B.
Yeah.
जोश नहीं लगा. Come on, Team C.
DevFest Indore 2022.
This is what we are expecting. Okay, come on again, Team A. Team A, कुछ भी नहीं खाया है क्या? क्या हो गया? चलो वापस से Team A, जब तक नहीं बोलेगे हम बंद ही नहीं करेंगे. Team A. Team B.
जोश नहीं.
We see our speakers shouting. Team C.
DevFest Indore 2022.
Team C में कौन है? Nice. Team A. Team B. Team C.
DevFest Indore 2022.
Team B. Team A. So we have 2 winners, but I need to choose. Team C.
DevFest Indore 2022.
Team B. Nice. So we have Team B as our winner this time. Good competition, Team C. Team A, next May you need to win. I request Team A people to come and occupy the front seat. इसलिए आवाज नहीं आ रही है. I'm telling you, you need to win. Come and occupy the front seats, all of you. Everybody stand up and occupy the front seats as soon as possible.
टीम ए, जनता का में जोश नहीं.
Volunteers, please ask all of them to come and occupy the front seats. Team A, please occupy the seats fast.
पीपल अभी से जोश कम मत होने दो. हाउ द जोश. हाउ द जोश. ये excited?
Great. So the wait is finally over. Get ready for the post-pandemic biggest tech event of the year, DevFest Indore 2022. Over the years, now DevFest feels like a festival to me. A fest that gathers up all the developers, professionals, and potential techies from all over India. To learn, connect, and grow together, we all have gathered over here. We have our speakers over here. You can connect with them. You need to ask any questions, make their sessions an interactive one, and make the most out of the event. I know most of you are the students over here. So try and understand what you need to do ahead in your life. So today I can assure you that it's going to rain intellects and smile. So let's not wait anymore and begin with the session of DevFest.
Google Developers Groups are for developers who are interested in Google's developer technology, everything from Android, Chrome, Drive, and Google Cloud platforms to product APIs like the Cast APIs, Maps APIs, and YouTube API.
For me personally, GDG is not like a community, but like a family. Once you become a part of the core team, you will get to know that how this is going to affect you in your future, how it's going to affect you in your professional life. And I know many of you have been attending this event since past many years. And I know that you might have seen the change in you, and that is why you are still a constant audience. So thank you for being there and making this event a grand success. Thank you so much. Before starting, we would love to introduce ourselves. We are your hosts for today. I am Shachita Jain. I am currently working as a senior software developer at Everts Microsystems. I am WTM Ambassador of Indore and GDG Cloud Organizer of India. And in case you need to connect with the team, you want to be a part of this community, you can always reach out to me. And feel free to reach out and ask as many questions as you can and just make most out of it. I request my co-host to introduce herself.
Hello, everyone. Hello. So I'm Mokshika Mishra, and I'm a co-team member of GDG Group, and I'm thankful to them to make me part of this team. And we're excited to share that this year we are celebrating the event for 2 days. DevFest 2022 has some amazing sessions by professional speakers from all over India. You'll learn about upcoming tech trends and views from experienced speakers. Actually, get to know what the new tech world is up to. Other than learning, you can connect with many like-minded peoples. It has a safe and friendly space for developers to share their intellect and connect with others. Who knows? You might get a great opportunity at this event.
So I've been seeing people clicking pictures and posting. So before posting, I would request all of you to mention these hashtags. It's hashtag GDG Indore, hashtag DevFest, hashtag DevFest Indore 2022, the hashtag DevFest 2K22 Indore, DevFest Indore, GDG Cloud, and hashtag WTM Indore. Our social media handles are @GDG Indore, @GDG Cloud Indore, and @WTM Indore. Just make sure to keep tweeting, to keep posting on Instagram and also on LinkedIn. We are keeping an eye on that, and you all will be getting something at the end for the maximum shares or maximum retweets. So keep posting the event over there. We have an amazing lineup of speakers for all of you. There's Ayush Shekhar, Kushag Ranagar, Sneh Pandya, Mradul Kanugo, Ayushi Gupta, and Bhavna Thakre. I request Mokshika to go ahead and introduce our first speaker.
So our first speaker is Ms. Bhavna Thakkar, who is a Google developer expert for Android and senior software engineer at Mega. She's also a Women Techmakers member and Final Pass editor, Ray Wendelich. She likes to share her learnings via YouTube channel, Learn Android. When she's not at work, you can find her in kitchen listening music and experimenting new dishes. Over to you, Bhavna.
Give it up for Miss Bhavna.
Woo!
Hey, hi everyone, very good morning to all of you. Hi, good morning. So, I'm going to talk about architecting your Compose UI today. And I'm very excited to begin the first talk of the day. Are you all excited? A bit louder. Are you all excited? Okay. So let's start. So we'll discuss the Android app architecture and especially the UI layer in this talk. This is a brief about me. Since my introduction has already been given, I'll not go in detail. Just one request, do check out my YouTube channel, and if you like it, please do subscribe to it. So, how many of you are Android developers or would like to do Android development in your career? Okay. And how many of you have heard the term recommended app architecture? Okay. No worries. This is what we are going to discuss today. So, Google published this guide to recommended app architecture a couple of years ago. Last year, they updated this guide. And according to this guide, every Android application should have at least two layers, UI layer and data layer. Domain layer is optional. Now, last month itself, they again published their recommendation around the best practices for the Android app architecture. And according to this recent recommendation, the UI layer and data layer are strongly recommended. So your app should be architected in such a way that these two layers should be there. And domain layer is now a recommended layer for bigger apps. So it's no longer an optional app. It is now optional layer, but it is now recommended. So now, we'll start with each of these layers and then at the end we go to UI layer in depth. So we start with data layer. Data layer consists of repositories and data sources. Each repository can have dependency on one or more data sources, and it is recommended that you create a separate repository for each different type of data that you handle in your app. So you can have a user repository for data related to users. You can have a movies repository for data related to movies. See, the problem is like if you create a single repository in your app and put everything into it, as features in your app grow, the repository class is going to get bigger and bigger. So then it becomes difficult to maintain and test such a class. And then it also violates the single responsibility principle. So what are the responsibilities of repository? It exposes data to the rest of the app. It centralizes changes to the data. So whenever you are making any change in the data in your app, it shouldn't be from the other layers in your app like UI layer or domain layer. It should be from the data layer and through repository. It resolves conflicts between multiple data sources. So nowadays, it is very common to have, for the apps to have offline support. So when your app provides offline support, the app will have at least two data sources, a network data source and local data source. It is the job of a repository to resolve the conflicts when there are multiple data sources in the app. It abstracts the source of data from the rest of the app. So rest of the app, the UI layer, domain layer, they only care about the data. If it's a user data, they only care about the user. User's name, email ID, address, etc. They do not know, these layers do not know where does the data come from. So only repository has the knowledge. And it contains the business logic. Now we move on to the other part of the data layer, data source. Data source has a responsibility to work with only one source of data. So you will create a separate data source for file, network, or local database. This is an example of a repository. One thing to notice here is that data source can be the direct dependency of the repository only. So your other layers, UI layer and domain layer, should not have a data source as a direct dependency. You should always talk to data source via repository. The guides provided by Google also gives you guidance on, recommendation on how do you name a repository. So when you name a repository, it is type of data and then repository. So you will have something like payments repository, user repository, movies repository, etc. And when you name the data source, it's going to be type of data, type of source, and then data source. Okay. So if I have a, say, news app, and the data comes from the network, I can name it as news remote data source, or you can be specific, say, news network data source, and news local data source, that way. Okay, or disk data source, or news disk data source. Now we move on to domain layer. Domain layer is recommended for bigger apps as it simplifies your interaction between UI layer and data layer. It also allows you to encapsulate the business logic that is used across view models. So what does your domain layer contain? It can contain use cases, and this is an example. So suppose you want to combine data from two repositories, news repository and authors repository. So the use case, get latest news with authors use case. It's going to combine data from two repositories, and there is one more advantage of using use cases, like one use case can also depend on another use case. So I want to ensure that you guys are with me, you're understanding what I'm saying, even if the topic is new to you all. So my app fetches movies data from network and also provides offline support. So it is recommended to have A or B. Yes. My app displays list of movies on home screen and also has a user profile screen. It is recommended to have. Okay, we go A, B, C. This side, A or B? They have not decided. Okay, B. Now, no, this, you guys are going to answer A or B. Okay, B is the answer. So you create separate repository. Okay. Otherwise, what happens in practical scenario when you are an app developer, you understand, you put everything into one class, and at the end of the day, forget about the other developer. You only will not understand your code. Now we come to UI layer. So what is the role of UI layer in your app? Does anyone want to answer this question? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Interface to connect with user. Yes. So, role of UI layer is to display the application data on screen, and it is a primary source of user interaction, right? So, for further discussion, we are going to take Jet News app as a UI case study, and the home screen of Jet News app we are going to take into discussion. This screen allows users to view articles on the screen. Users can browse articles by category. If the user is signed in, they can bookmark certain articles and access some premium features if eligible. So this is the responsibility of the home screen of the Jet News app. Unidirectional data flow. So in order to understand the architecture best practices around the UI layer, you must understand what is unidirectional data flow. Friends, if there is single takeaway from this session, if you want to take, it's going to be this term. It is that important. I'm sure it's going to be much more than that, but I just want to stress upon its importance. So unidirectional data flow is a design pattern in which state flows down and events flow up. You can just save this diagram in your memory somewhere, that state flows down and event flow up. It cannot be other way around. When you follow unidirectional data flow, it allows you to decouple the composables in your app that display the state from the part of the app that store or change the state. This is the UI update loop for an app that follows a unidirectional data flow. So first of all, an event is generated in the app. So the event could be due to some user interaction, like user pressing a button, but it may not be always user interacting with the app which is generating the event. So that is one scenario. The other scenario is some network response, like user session is expired, or you have made an asynchronous call to the network for some data and the network response has come. This will again trigger an event, UI event. So whenever an event occurs in the app, the event handlers will update the state and state holders will pass on the updated state to the UI to display it. So your UI is the result of binding UI elements on the screen with the UI state. Now, when we talk about the traditional Android application where we use the XML-based UIs, the UI elements will be the XML views. And now in Jetpack Compose, your composable will provide you the UI elements. Your UI is a visual representation of UI state. So whenever the UI state changes, UI should be updated to reflect those changes. We are again back to our Jet News app home screen. Suppose you are a developer, you have been given this screen by the designer and you start development of the home screen. So how do you define the UI state? You can use data classes and say you create I'm referring to the first class, this data class news UI state. Now what is the responsibility for the home screen? It has to display the list of articles. So you have news items as list of news item UI state. Then you want to know whether the user is signed in or not, right? So the user can bookmark the article or not, that depends on user is signed in or not. So you have is signed in as a Boolean flag, you have is premium, and then based on the network response, if you want to display some messages to the user, you have user messages as a list of messages. Now when we talk about each article that the user sees on the screen, that can also be converted to a data class as a news item UI state. So now I'm referring to the second data class, news item UI state. It has got a title, it has got a body, and whether it's a bookmarked or not, that's Boolean. So your UI state is an immutable snapshot of the details needed for the UI to render. But you all know that state, the application data can change, and hence the state will change. So who takes care of this? There comes the stakeholders in picture. You can have view model as your UI stakeholders, and the advantages of having view model as a stakeholder is that they will survive the configuration change and will take care of any event that is happening. So all the logic to be handled when the event occurs, the view model will take care. We discussed the unidirectional data flow just now. So this diagram will make it clear. Let's again go back to the Jet News app home screen. What happens when the user clicks on bookmarking the article? Okay. So first of all, when the user enters the screen, we have the, when the user enters the screen, the UI elements are given the current UI state. Okay. Then user bookmarks the article. So the event will flow up to view model. View model notifies the state change to the data layer. Data layer persists the data change and updates the application data. Then the new app data with the bookmark article will come from data layer to view model, and your UI is updated with the new UI state. Okay. How does a view model expose the UI state? So when you have stream of data coming from the data layer, Google recommends using Kotlin flows and Kotlin core routines for this. And when you have stream of data coming as a flow, you can use a state-in operator, and this is one example. This is one way you can have a state flow in your view model to expose the UI state. How do you collect the UI state? Okay. So in your traditional view-based system, you can use repeat on lifecycle, and in the Jetpack Compose, you can use collect as state with lifecycle. Now we talk about UI events. Okay, true or false? Every UI event is a user event. Okay, the other way around is true. Every user event is a UI event, but this statement is false. So these are the key terms. You can just make a note of it. What is UI, what is a UI event, and what is a user event. And now we come to UI event decision tree. So whenever an event is generated, you first decide where is it generated. So is it because of some external input or because of the user action? So if it is generated in the view model, you update the UI state. If it is generated in the UI, you first decide whether it requires the business logic or not. The bookmarking of article, the example we saw, we passed on the logic to view model because it requires app to connect to the data layer. But If it is just a UI behavior logic, you can modify the UI element state in the UI directly before, instead of going to the view model. So this example will make it clear. I have a screen with 2 buttons on it. When I click the first button, it's like expand or collapse details. And the second button is refresh the data. So I maintain a Boolean state expanded. When the user clicks on the button, say expand or collapse details, we just toggle that state. Okay. So here, this is just a UI behavior logic. We need not go to view model and then data layer to change something. But when user clicks on refresh data, we want to get or fetch the fresh data from the network. So we have to pass on this event from UI elements to view models then to data or domain layer based on your architecture. So you want to go further down the hierarchy, and so this will be the business logic. Sorry. Okay. So we've reached almost the end of the talk. So just a last question. If I have a view model this way, what will come in the place of XYZ when I have just 2 layers in my app architecture, UI layer and data layer? I just have 2 layers in my app. So what will come in the place of XYZ? Repository or use case? Yes. And if I have all the 3 layers in my app, UI layer, data layer and domain layer, then what will come in the place of XYZ? Use cases. Yes. There was a lot to be covered in this talk, but I just picked up important points, and these are the references. So friends, I'd like to end my talk with this quote by Albert Einstein. Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. So you must keep learning something new every day. Thank you all. If there are any questions, I can take it now, or you can connect with me on Twitter. This is my Twitter handle, Bhavna Thakkar 14. Are you all good? No questions? So basically technically what we do in the view model is, we create a copy and the part which is changing, we update it. Okay, yeah. So basically what we do in the view model is, we create one mutable and one immutable. Okay, the your composable, or say even if you view system, the activity fragment or it's your composable, they will observe an immutable state. Okay, the one in your first layer, okay, activity or fragment, they will observe or collect when we talk about the state flow or something, they will observe the immutable state. Okay, and we have both the copies, mutable and immutable, inside the view model, which are attached to each other. Okay. Anything else? Any other question? Okay, I think we are good then. You can connect with me on Twitter, and I hope you enjoyed my talk. Thank you.
What a wonderful session it was. Thank you, Bhavna. for briefing it us very nicely. And if you guys have any other queries, do reach out her on social media handle.
I will request everyone to keep watching questions. If you have anything, do reach out to her on our social platforms as well.
I request Ms. Bhavna to please accept the token appreciations. So now I have another co-host with me and I would like to invite her on stage. What's up, Priyal?
I am good, Mokshika. Hey everybody. पीछे से आवाज ही नहीं आ रही है. Hey everyone. So let me tell a bit about myself. I am Priyal Jain and I am a Women Tech Makers Ambassador and co-organizer at GDG Cloud Indore. That is the intro of GDG. Apart from that, I am a senior software developer at front end and wanted to work as a web technology such as UI. So now let's have a talk about our next speaker. Before proceeding, I would like to thank our sponsor partner Weblisto, which is a software development company and working on emerging technologies such as web, AI, ML and Metaverse.
Let us watch a video about Weblisto.
Okay. Can we have a next slide please? So it is loading now.
Guys, just be patient.
Okay, so yeah, video is currently processing. Till now, like as I said about Weblisto. So did you see like Weblisto is a job fair also? So did you check some job opportunities, job fair? Does anyone?
Not yet.
How many of you are students and how many of you are professionals here? So I guess students definitely reach out to like some of the companies which is on job exhibitors. So one of this exhibitor is listed over this PPT and we will watch the video. So yeah, team, is it working fine now? It seems it is also in working in progress. So okay, so if we are talking about about next speaker, so anybody loves gaming, like gaming platforms like? Okay, so like we loves a lot of gaming developers are like into the companies. So developers are basically build our gaming platforms using like web, AI, ML. So using this, we will have our next speaker, which is which we have like Mr. Kushagra Nagar.
Mr. Kushagra Nagar is a senior game developer and I would like him to please come up on stage. Over to you, Kushagra.
Hello. Hi, good morning everyone. Thank you. Now, before I start, I just have this quick question which ma'am asked. How many of you love gaming? Wow, nice, nice. And it could be any game, it could be sports also, okay? And which brings us into, just let me just talk about why I love games, right? I think games are such an an amazing tool for connecting people together, for bringing out new ideas to life, for for educating people, and most of all, they're about having fun, right? So with that, let me just start today's presentation. And the topic for my presentation is problem solving in the age of Metaverse. Now, I'll be really honest with you guys. We're going to be talking about game development and gaming a lot rather than problem solving. But I think everyone will like it. Okay. So we're going to be taking a deep dive into problem solving and ways to approach them. But in the age of Metaverse, thank you. Sorry? So, we've all played games, right? And I remember I begged my parents for a computer back in 2009 just because मुझे उस पे games खेलने थे. मतलब मैंने उन्हें बोला कि पढ़ाई के लिए चाहिए, but उस पे games चलते थे. Okay. And I think a lot of us have done that because we're developers. Gaming is such a big part of our lives, right? Especially video games. And I think we've all played these games. GTA. How many of you love GTA? Nice, nice. Right, so yeah, GTA San Andreas is one of my favorite games, right? And Super Mario was my first game. Super Mario. Nice. And Far Cry and CSGO, and there's a lot of different games out there, right? Sorry? Yeah. Now, of course, when I say the word games or video games, you all know what I mean, right? मतलब सबके दिमाग में एक image है कि video games क्या है? It's not this, ठीक है? We all know what games are, right? So, before that, let me just get into how the gaming industry has changed, especially in India, right? Because if you guys remember, कुछ साल पहले तक gaming had a very bad reputation, right? मेरे parents, they hated it when I played games on my system, right? And that's all I did actually. And the gaming industry, especially in India, has changed a lot throughout these years, right? Presently, we're talking about the Metaverse. We're throwing around words like RTX, high-end graphics, 4K graphics, all that shit, right? Now, the reason for that, I think we all kind of know what the reason is, and it has something to do with this company called Meta. Okay, and they're actually bidding a lot of money on this entire Metaverse concept, right? I'm going to explain what Metaverse is in a while, right? But before that, let me just first, as a game developer, a very basic question that you might ask me is, what is a game, right? Now, of course, as I said, हम सब लोगों को पता है कि game क्या होता है, right? What's a video game, right? But we need to have a clear distinction, right? Because if you think about it, all games are software, right? But not all software are games, right? So, if I had to define a game, I'll just say that games are just softwares on which you're constantly doing problem solving and application in real time, right? And hopefully having a bit of fun while doing it, right? Unlike GTA 4. Now, yeah, of course, that's what games are if we want to define it, right? Now, another question that you might ask me as a game developer is, how do you actually make these games, right? हम सब लोगों के दिमाग में ये question एक ना एक बार आया ही होगा कोई गेम खेलते हुए कि यार ये भाई ये गेम बना कैसे होगा, right? Of course, you could say be a man and code करो अपना game खुद scratch से, and we can do that, okay? But we don't do that because we are game developers. We use a cheat code, all right? And that cheat code is called something. It's called a game engine, all right? Now, what's a game engine? Thank you for asking. A game engine, think of it as Photoshop, but for games, all right? So, a game engine is basically software on which we make games, all right? It has all the necessary tools and libraries that we need to accelerate our game development process. So, for example, game might have a physics system, or an audio library, or a video library, or a camera system, or a lighting system. All right, we can code all of that, of course, but we don't. So a game engine has all of these basic libraries and tools that we need to create a game. All right, and of course, there is a lot of game engines out there. अभी मैं भी बोलूँगा, मैं किसी random इंसान को खड़ा करूँगा, तो I'm sure you might know a little bit about game engines, but if you don't, there are a lot of different game engines out there: Unreal, Unity, Godot, Shiva engine, Dunya engine, Cry engine. If you've played Far Cry, it's made on Dunya engine. Just an interesting fact. Anyway, game engines. So of course, there is a lot of different game engines out there, and these softwares help us to accelerate our game development process and help us with the entire process, right? Now, me being a game developer, another question that you might ask me is, what software do you use, right? And I use a software called Unity, right? कितने लोगों ने यहाँ Unity के बारे में सुना है? Nice. And कितने लोगों ने यहाँ Unreal के बारे में सुना है? Ah, that's nice, that's nice. College students mostly. And first, let me just talk about Unity a bit, right? Because I work on Unity, right? Unity is actually a free game engine or a gaming engine that you can download. And wait, what happened? I would actually encourage each and every one of you to go home and download Unity just for once, or Unreal. They're all free game engines, and they're really powerful, right? We do our coding in C# in Unity, and it's a very beginner-friendly but very powerful tool, all right? Some really amazing games have been made on Unity. And one of the reasons that let me just be honest, one of the reasons that I started Unity was because मेरे system में और कुछ चल ही नहीं पाता था, right? Unreal तो बहुत दूर की बात है, Unity ही support कर सकता था मेरा system, so I started on Unity, but then I realized how powerful it is, all right? I mean, it's being used by professionals, and it's being used in the gaming industry widely, all right? Just look at me, for example. I'm also a Unity dev, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. And before I move on, I just want to talk about this really interesting concept, right? Now, यहाँ पर I know कि a lot of people have played GTA, Far Cry, all these open world games, right? And कितने लोगों ने उसमें चिड़िया उड़ते हुए देखी है? Group of birds flying around, या फिर जब उसमें पानी में जाते हैं तो fishes swimming around, right? Have you ever wondered how we actually code that in our game? नहीं, किसी ने नहीं किया. Anyway, let me just talk about how we code these birds in our game, all right? So these birds are something in the game development world we'll call them boids, all right? Which stands for bird-like objects. Now, these bird-like objects behave like how these real birds or flock of birds or fishes behave in real life, right? By following just 3 very simple rules, right? What are these rules? So the first one is separation. So basically, I code a bird, all right? एक bird है जो उड़ रहा है ऐसे randomly. Then I put one rule. उसके behavior में I put this one rule कि avoid crashing into the other bird, all right? So if a bird is flying like this, it'll just steer away from the other birds, right? Second rule that I code is alignment. So the bird will try to align itself to the average heading direction of its neighboring birds, all right? So अगर ज़्यादा birds ऐसे उड़ रहे हैं तो they'll start to head into that direction. And the third rule is cohesion, which is to to move towards the average position of the entire flock, all right? Now, you don't have to get into detail what these rules are and how we code them. It's really easy to code them. But the interesting thing is that when you combine these 3 very simple rules, you get a behavior that is sort of like this. This is how birds fly in real life, right? And you can replicate this for fishes also. So this is how we code birds and fishes in our games. So GTA, Far Cry, जब भी आप लोग खेल रहे होगे and you see a flock of birds flying around, just know that it's following these very 3 simple rules. And this concept of taking something from the real world and then simulating it in the gaming world really got me interested into game development, all right? And it just, pushed me over the edge. Now, another gaming engine that, of course, a lot of you have heard about is called Unreal Engine. And Unreal has been in the news these days a lot because Unreal Engine 5 just came out, and it's really powerful. Unreal is actually being used by, not just by the gaming industry, but by a lot of different industries. And unke bare mein bataunga. But Unreal was developed by this company called Epic Games, and Fortnite कितने लोगों ने खेला यहाँ पर? और at least Fortnite के बारे में कितने लोगों को पता है? हाँ, nice. So Fortnite was actually made on Unreal, and some really good games have come out on Unreal, like Rocket League, Fortnite, and Mortal Kombat. And it has Unreal Engine 5 has some amazing technology. And उनके बारे में बात करने से अच्छा, let me just show you this one video. See if it doesn't buffer. So now this guy is like, train kab aayega, right? But the actual thing is that this video is not an actual video. This was made on Unreal, right? And you know what the best part is? ये एक बंदे ने बनाया है अपने घर में बैठ के. And this is actually recorded in real time. So what that means is कि if I change a value, if I want कि यहाँ पर रात दिखनी चाहिए, अंधेरा दिखना चाहिए, I can just change one value in my program and this will reflect in real time. Let me just tell you how important this was, right? अगर किसी VFX artist को हम बोलेंगे ना कि ऐसा video render करके दो, so it'll take their very powerful system a lot of hours to render a video like this. But this Unreal, it's going on in real time, which is a very big deal, right? And this really blows our mind. This is like photorealistic graphics, right? It's using technology called Nanite and Lumen. It's an exclusive feature for Unreal 5. And this is the night condition, right? So you can actually, and the flashlight thingy that you see is Lumen at work. So it's the lighting system that Unreal has. And it's amazing, right? And another amazing feature that Unreal just launched is called MetaHuman, right? It's still in the beta state, okay. Now you might have seen these NPCs in your games, like San Andreas or in सब में, उनकी शक्ल क्या दिखती है यार? This is very low poly. But Unreal is now actually able to create these very high detailed humanoid models. You can actually download this for free and try and create your own character. It's very easy. It's not part of Unreal just yet. So you can just download this software called MetaHuman and you can create your own avatars for the Metaverse. This is our vision, I think. Right, very high detail models. Now, of course, हम सब लोगों ने GTA खेला है, right? And GTA actually uses this game engine called Rockstar's Advanced Game Engine. And why am I talking about it? Because, of course, हम सब लोगों ने GTA 5, GTA 4, Red Dead, ये सब इनमें से एक ना एक game तो खेला ही होगा, okay? So if you ever wondered कि कैसे बना है, it was made on Rockstar's very own game engine, right? And even as a game developer, I have no idea what this software looks like because Rockstar has this really strict non-disclosure agreement policy thingy. So किसी को भी नहीं पता कि वो engine कैसा दिखता है. But we know that all these games are made on Rockstar's very own engine, right? So it's not because we're lazy, right? सब लोग use करते हैं industry में, alright? So we're also using it, and we don't want to code everything from scratch, of course. Now, dark design patterns, right? So this was all about how you actually make a game, right? But let me just talk about some design patterns that we follow, or these are even followed in the software industry. To actually, okay, before I move forward, let me just talk about how these games and softwares actually affect you and your brain, right? So you might have heard that social media is bad for your brain, right? And it kind of is, because it plays with your dopamine system. So whenever you get a new like or a new follow on Facebook or Instagram, you get this dopamine release in your brain, and that's why you keep coming back to it, right? You feel thoda sa acha when you get a new like or a follow. So, of course, these apps play with your dopamine systems, and games are not that different, right? You might have heard कि लोग addict हो जाते हैं games से, and you know they play for hours and hours on end. मुझे देख लो. But how do we achieve that? As a game developer, how do I do that? How do I make sure that the player keeps coming back and back to my game? Right? Because that's ultimately what I need. I need कि player जितना ज़्यादा time spend करे मेरे game पे, मेरे लिए उतना अच्छा है. Right? So we follow these design patterns, alright, to keep the player coming back to our game and keep everything more engaging, right? But some of these patterns are called dark design patterns. This is very interesting because this is kind of like drug awareness, right? Because these patterns actually play with your dopamine systems, right? So I won't get into detail, but let me just talk about some of them in thoda sa brief, right? So I think सब लोगों को पता है, कुछ games they give you daily rewards for logging in, right? जब भी आप रोज गेम खेलोगे तो you'll get rewards and धीरे धीरे और reward मिलते जाएगा रोज खेलने पर, right? That's something called daily rewards, and we use that to keep the player coming back to our game every day, right? And this is not just used by games. हर software या application ये सब लोग इनमें से कोई ना कोई design pattern follow करते हैं, alright? Then there's this some pattern called end out progress, जिसमें we just show you your progress, alright? कि game में आप इस level पे पहुंचे हो. Now, if you're at 80%, just tell me, would you want to quit the game? No, right? You'll make it to 100%. You want to make it to 100%. So that's what we do, alright? So these patterns are not exactly illegal. It's not exactly illegal to use them, but then, you know, it's frowned upon, alright? Because they play with your they play with your brain, alright? That's when the player is not playing the game is playing the player, alright? So just keep that in mind whenever you play a game or see an app. If you think that they're actually playing with you, just, you know, calm down. Now, of course, इतना ये बोल दिया कि games ऐसे होते हैं, लोग addict हो जाते हैं वो. Let me just talk about how these game engines are now being used in different industries, not just for gaming. Alright, so let me just go on Unreal's website real quick. And I thought presentation में अच्छे से डालने से अच्छा, I'll just go on the Unreal's website and show what they're doing, alright? So, of course, we all know Unreal is being used to make some amazing games, Fortnite and everything. But Unreal is also being used in the film industry, alright? And the reason for that is, I think I just said कि graphics are now very photorealistic and you can actually edit them in real time, right? So that's really powerful, and it's being used for creating VFX and different environments for film and TV, which you can change in real time. That's a very huge deal, right? But the video is not loading, I'm so sorry. Now Unreal is not just being used in this industry, it's also being used by architects to create some really high poly 3D models for their buildings and you know, just to showcase all of that. It's being used by the automobile industry to create virtual showrooms, give virtual drives, and for creating very high resolution, very high quality 3D models of these amazing cars, right? It's being used by the broadcast and live, live broadcast industry to create these very amazing VFX and effects in real time. So that's also one of the good things that Unreal offers. But my favorite part is how Unreal Engine or any of these game engines is able to simulate real life things in the game world, alright? So fighter jet pilots, normal just airplane pilots, race car drivers, doctors, they're all able to, you know, train themselves in this virtual environment, even the army, without the prospect of someone getting hurt, right? So pilots have this training program first. If you've heard about Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's a very realistic flight simulator. So pilots actually train on Microsoft Flight Simulator, and then they actually fly a real plane, all right? And I think that's amazing. You don't have to die, and then you can actually crash, but you don't have to die. And it's being used, and Unity is also being used by other industries as well. It's being used by the education industry. Unity is really good for VR and AR. So it's being used by the education industry and lots of different industries as well. How many of you seen the movie Interstellar? So उसमें black hole जो आता है end में movie के, that's did you know that's how the scientists actually think a black hole looks like, right? They have all these equations worked out. I don't know how it works. I'm not a physicist, but people have actually simulated that black hole in Unreal Engine in real time, and it looks like how it looks like in the Interstellar movie, all right? It looks very realistic. So that's the power of Unreal Engine and all these game engines, right? Now, of course, one question that you might ask me is कि अरे इतने अच्छे graphics वगैरह है, इतने अच्छी technology हो गई है, so why are Metaverse graphics so bad, right? हर जगह these Metaverse games have so weird graphics, right? Why is it? Now, before I answer that, let me just answer another question. That is, what is Metaverse, right? Because even as developers, I think we need to be, a lot of us are not aware of what the Metaverse actually is, right? So Metaverse is, if I had to put it in words, Metaverse is just this concept of having a virtual environment, having all these different virtual environments where you can do things that you can actually do in real life and even more. All right. So if I want to have a meeting virtually, I can have it in the Metaverse, right? And technology has come this far. If you know about the Meta Quest 2 that Facebook has just launched, it has all these cameras and sensors that actually record your expressions and how your fingers are moving. So my avatar in the Metaverse will move and talk like just like in real life, all right? And games are, of course, more immersive. So a Zoom meeting se zyada immersive experience would be if you're immersed in a 3D environment in VR and having a meeting, right? So that's the entire concept behind Metaverse. And we're actually not there yet. It's making use of some new emerging technologies like AR and VR. But still a long way to go, all right? Jo cyberpunk wala jo future hai, that's still yet to come. Right? Now, of course, Web 2 games or our traditional games have amazing graphics, right? GTA, Horizon, all these games have really amazing graphics. And one of the reasons for that is that you have to actually download them on your system, right? You have to download like hundreds of GBs on your system and then install it and then wait for it to complete the installation and the verification process, and then you can log in and play a game, right? And if it's an online game, then of course, jab tak server up nahi hoga, you won't be able to play it, all right? So you have to connect to a server, and then you're actually able to play that online multiplayer game, right? Now, of course, that's why these games have amazing graphics, क्योंकि 100 GB का game पड़ा हुआ है मेरी hard drive पे यार, तो हो गई, right? But Web3 games, we're actually trying to solve this problem by moving a little backwards, right? We have reduced the graphics, all right? Because Web3 games, we need them to load in real time, all right? So if I have an environment and I make a change in it, I need other players to see that change in real time. That's why Web3 games looks so bad, all right? Because we need to reduce the graphics, and I'll also talk about it in a bit, relating to this one game that I've been building on. It's a Web3 game that we've been working on at Weblisto, called Zana World Builder, all right? And of course, it looks very low poly, I know that. And it's just a game where you can build different worlds with your friends and then explore them. So we give you all these tools like buildings and roads and trees and stuff. You can place them and then upload them, and then you can explore them with your friends, all right? You can build anything that you want. So it's just a very simple game. And the reason behind that is, let me just talk about what we did to optimize our game and why we made it so, right? So first of all, of course, we have to reduce the graphics because we need the files to be shorter, everything to be loading in real time, all right? So we had to reduce the graphics. There's no getting around it. Of course, as the technology progresses more and more, as VR and AR devices become more and more powerful, we'd be sure to increase the graphics, but right now we just can't, all right? And of course, Web3 games, we want everyone to be, having access to them. So that's why our games have to be cross-platform, all right? So it has to run on Android as well as iOS, on Mac, on Windows, on your PlayStation, whatever, all right? So for that, we need to keep it simple, right? And for Web3, we're actually making use of the cloud a lot. So most of our things are on the cloud, and we're actually moving towards, reducing as much as storage as we could, all right? So that brings us to our next third point, which is reducing file size. Because if I want, jaldi load hona hai, so we have to reduce the file size. And reducing the graphics and reducing the file size just gives us reduced load times, all right? Because of course, किसी को मजा नहीं आता जब loading चलता रहता है games में, right? And the last thing is keeping it simple. On iOS and I just click switch platform. That's how easy it is to switch platform in Unity or in Unreal or in any other, major game engine. So we don't have to do much. We just have to change our code thoda sa. You know why? Because Unity actually manages all of that on its own. We don't have to deal with Android ke permission, we don't have to deal with that, all right? So if my game is using the camera, I'll get a pop-up automatically on my screen that this application is requesting to use your camera. It's that easy, all right? The only thing that I will have to change is कि अगर मैं keyboard के input ले रहा हूँ, I cannot do that on Android, right? So Android के लिए I'll have to take in the touch inputs. इतना change करना होगा. Otherwise, I just have to press one button and platform switch. Right? Thank you. Game development. All right. So, how can a web developer or an app developer switch to game development? That's also a really good question. So I'm assuming you already know how to code. All right. Now, if you know how to code, it won't be that easy to switch your language, right? If you're coding in an OOPS language, then you can switch to another OOPS language, right? Just learn that language, all right, and download a free game engine, as I said, and just go ahead and try. See, it's different for different people, all right? Different people will create different kinds of games, all right? Some people will go for 2D games. Some people will go for 3D games. Some people might not go for games at all. They might do something else entirely on that game engine, all right? So, of course, it's not up to me to say how you can actually, because you might be good at 3D, you might not be good at logic. You might be good at logic, you might not be good at something else, all right? So you have to figure it out. If you want to start, I'll just say download Unity and just start. Just start, all right? Void start. Yep. How does ray tracing works? All right. So ray tracing, for those who don't know what ray tracing actually is, these game engines have become so powerful that they're actually able to calculate how light interacts in their virtual environment, all right? So, for example, in real life, how does light work? The light waves, rays come, hit my face, and then reflect back, all right? And that's how you can actually, and the light bounces everywhere, all right? So if I put my hand here, my hand will reflect some light on this screen also, right? This white will become thoda sa, yellow, or mere skin ke color ka, all right? So this is what ray tracing actually means in the real world. In the gaming world, we also simulate this using a light source. So if I have a light source in my game world, I can actually calculate how these light rays are, interacting with the environment, and that's very resource intensive, all right? So ray tracing जो अभी 3090, 4090 ये सब series जो चल रही है, इन सब में ray tracing क्यों है? Because they are very, very, very powerful hardware, all right? And still Unreal can push them to their limits, right? Unreal is that powerful. So ray tracing is basically, we are simulating how light works in the real world, in our game world. We're still not there yet. Abhi bhi perfect nahi hai ray tracing, but we're trying to do it, right? the data science into the game development world. Huh. All right. So there was this game called Hello Neighbor, right? Which takes the player as the what's the term that you use in data science for data? What's your input? What's it called? Yeah, exactly. So you're thinking on the same. Yeah, exactly. So this game Hello Neighbor, what it does is observes the player, right? और जैसे player behave कर रहा है ना, उसे observe कर करके वो data collection कर करके working on that, it actually improves itself according to the player, right? So अगर player बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल रहा है, so it'll also increase its level, right? That's machine learning and everything. I'm so sorry, I'm not very well versed with data science and ML and AI as I mentioned, but this, I think, any application of data science that you might think could be applied in a virtual space can be applied there, right? So, off the top of my head, I can just, think of making an AI for game which utilizes these data models, right? And I'm so sorry, I would take some other questions as well, but I think we're out of time. So, with that, thank you everyone. Thank you for having me, and you guys can find me anywhere. Thank you so much.
What a knowledgeable session it was. Thank you so much, Kushagra. And I would request you to please accept the memento. Please.
Amit, please come at the center.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So what a knowledgeable session it was. So now I am having one question before we proceeding to the next speaker. So we wanted to know that how many of you have attended GDG events? Like in the previous year, last 6 months, I hope many of you have attended like GDG events, GDG Indore, GDG Cloud Indore. So anyone know like how many GDG Indore IO event has conducted in the last 6 months? Options are
Option A, 1. Option B, 2. Option C, 3. And option D, none.
GDG Indore IO event. How many? लोगों ने दो किए, okay? कितने? 1, 2, 3.
Who is saying 2? And who is saying 3? None? And what about 1?
Okay, 1 is which one? Yeah, that is the correct answer. So, volunteers, please distribute the speakers to them.
So now taking this program ahead, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Sneh Pandya, who is the Senior Product Manager of Bling Labs.
And also a developer community leader at Google Developers Group Baroda. So I would like to request him to come on the stage to present the session about transitioning into product management. So let's give a few rounds of applause to him.
Over to you, Sneh.
Thank you.
Woo!
Thank you, everyone. Hello, Indore. Thank you for having me. And great. It's great to be back in Indore after 3 years. And the best thing I'm missing is, can you guess? Poha, yes. What else? Jalebi. I miss Sarafa, definitely. What else? Just a moment.
Great. Better voice? Yes. Okay, so wherever I was, Sarafa. Right. How many of you are hungry? Okay, I'll make it quick. Nice. Who wants to join me at Sarafa? Oh, lovely. Now we are talking, right? Great. Let's get started. So, transitioning into product management. Okay, can we have a quick show of hands? Students who are learning, who are studying, who are students. Okay, nice. Working professionals. Okay, decent. Wonderful. Do you know what is product management? Have you heard the term? Yes. Okay, great. Who would want to become a product manager? Who wants to become? Okay. Great. Cool. Let's look into it. So I'm going to talk about transitioning into product management and, very practical insights from the world around us. Cool. This image is for reference. You'll get that in a bit. Let me quickly introduce myself. I'm Sneh Pandya. I'm a senior product manager. I'm co-organizer at GDG Baroda. I've written 2 books and trying to write the 3rd one. I'm a podcast co-host and I do a bunch of other stuff. Travel, eat, of course, yeah, and great. Okay, cool. Can you tell me what is in the image? Shout outs, come on. School bus, what else? Okay. Yeah. What else? Friends, yes. Sorry? Okay. Conductor, no, there's no conductor in there. Probably that's a teacher, school teacher. Sorry? Poor management, okay. No, I mean, there does not need to be a management inside a school bus, right? Sorry? Okay. So I'll tell you what it is. This picture is 1 day before. It is taken coincidentally 1 day before the nationwide lockdown happened. And this is a picture from some random school in Madhya Pradesh only. But, I don't know the reference, but yeah, that's the context. Now, why I'm highlighting this picture? Can anyone guess? Any guesses? Transition, okay. Transition into what? Lifestyle, what else? Sorry? Uncertainty? What else? Unemployed, okay. They are there too, okay. That was a good one, yeah. What else? Yeah, you've been such a lovely audience, wonderful. What else? Vaccination, yeah, but that's yet to happen. I'm talking about this moment before the lockdown happened. Happiness? Sorry? Unable to predict future? Yeah, I mean, uncertainty, future, yeah. Living in the moment? Okay, cool. I'll tell you what it is. So, because this is a moment which they didn't know about what is yet to come, they are having those happy moments, right? Uncertainty, living in the moment, not caring about future, and so many things. But the most important thing I want to highlight here is, can you imagine the nationwide lockdown happening? What would be the consequences of it on these people? Like, how many people are there randomly? 30, 40 people, right? Correct. Now, this is one bus of certain random school. Now, let's take this into context. Now, let's talk about this one bus. Now, there is this one school and all of the students, probably 10, 20, 30 buses. That's one school. Probably there are 10 to 20 different schools, institutions, organizations in educational field in that city, right?
probably 50,000 students in a city, isn't it? And then if you talk about a state, probably over 1 million students, right? So if you're talking on this level, the problem that happens with uncertainty, such as COVID lockdown, what happens to their education? What happens to their learning? I'm sure the best thing that comes to your mind is, okay, chuttiya, right? Isn't it? But what actually happens with them? They have no plan, they have an uncertainty, and they have a lot of problem for their future. Isn't it? Great. So let's talk about how to solve it. And we are going to talk about in a context of how product management helps you. And I'm not going to teach you how to do product management. I'm going to teach you, or I'm going to show you, not even teach you, I'm just going to show you how to think as a product manager. And it's going to be real fun. Just that you have to be interactive, okay? So first question, what are the products that you love? You can just shout out. Google, okay? Reddit? Discord? Adobe? Microsoft? Yeah? Slack? Apple? Why do you love it? Interactive? They make your life simpler, right? You can use something, you can use a service or a product or an app or a software, and it makes your life simpler. It helps you connect with people. It does something for you, isn't it? You can automate it. You can play games, whatever it is, right? Now, next thing. What are the products that you absolutely hate? Reels, okay? Someone said Reels. IRCTC, okay. By the way, that has improved a lot. What else? Telegram. New Reddit, okay. TikTok. Yeah. Twitter, interesting. LinkedIn, yes, I agree. Facebook, absolutely. Why do you hate it? Why do you hate it so much? Okay, yeah, good one. But like, why do you hate using those apps, those products, those softwares? Okay. Next. Not user friendly. Slow. Server issues. Privacy issues. What else? So there are like two distinctive behaviors of every one of us, right? Like you love something, you don't love something, and you have your reasons for that, right? Now, that's the whole crux of it. The most important thing about any product, any service, anything, that is, how does a product become successful? And you answered it. If you realize, you just answered it. If you love something, you're going to continue using it. If you hate something, you're going to boycott it, right? And there are opinions, there are wide opinions, there are personal opinions, but whatever it is. So when does a product become successful? Little louder. Okay. Solves a problem. What else? Okay. Okay. Huh? Right. Reliable. Nice. So you have so many reasons to make a product successful, right? Isn't it? But what is the most important, single most important thing that makes a product successful? UI, marketing, user experience. Yeah? Okay. You're close. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Consumer feedback, nice. This is getting interesting. Sorry? Learning curve is less. Who else said it? Marketing, yeah. Product design, I have so many answers, nice. Like, this is an amazing audience. I don't need to teach them anything. Cool. So, users are at the core of product management. And that is just what you've answered. Isn't it? Agree? Because everything that you do, every feature that you develop, every operational system, every server, every app, every user experience, every marketing approach, everything connects back to who? User. User means who? That is you. We, humans. Isn't it? If humans are not going to use it, I don't believe we are at the era where animals are still using it. Isn't it? So, users are at the core of product management. And why it is so important? Because if you have users who are convinced by your services, by your product offerings, or by anything that you do, they are going to come back to you and ask for more. And they are going to stick to you, right? So, the whole crux of it is, let's see, product management of 1 million users. Let's think we are nearly like 700-800 people here, right? If I develop something today and I give it to you, you're going to love something, you're going to hate something, or you're going to just use it casually because you don't have an alternative, right? But if you think that I want to do something for 1 million users or 1 billion users, right? So what's going to happen? The game is completely different, isn't it? So when you think about 1 million users, you need to take care of a lot of factors, lot of scenarios. Which country, what geography, what gender, what age, what are the preferences, whether they like a topping on a pizza or not, you know. So many interesting, what colors, I think thousands of iterations, isn't it? So how do you make sense of it? Whether something's gonna work out for you or not? Any answers for that? How do you gauge whether something will be successful or not? Okay, interesting, yeah. Who else? Whether it is needed or not, but how do you identify that? Okay, who else? Market? But what if I'm developing something for a completely new market? Developing a market, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Nice. And what would be a product management for 1 million users? Because what you just said are the techniques to identify whether a user group, whether a geography, whether what you are thinking is correct or not. Right? That's the first part you need to take care of. But what would be the next thing? You've identified your users, you've identified who's going to pay you, who's going to be your paid subscribers or viewers or whoever it is, and then you still need a product, right, to cater to them. And any user who is using a service, a product, an app, a website or anything will get bored of your product after a certain time. Isn't it? Correct? So, you need to do one thing, and that is innovation. You constantly need to innovate. Correct? Because if you don't innovate, you are not going to put out new features or new elements or new user experience or new marketing games or new discounts, anything of that sort in your app or product or service, website, anything. Correct? So, how to do product management for 1 million users? Because some user will come to me and say, hey, I want this. Some other user will come to me and counter it and say, I don't want it. So how do you decide what you do with it? There's a lot of data. Even if 1 million users are opening my app once a day, I have 1 million people visiting my app, right? I have 1 million opinions. Isn't that huge, right? So how do you deal with it? Any guesses? No? The first thing you need is building your first million users and retain them. And you need to identify how to do it. You need to identify your audience first, just as you said, by different tactics, by understanding different geographies, by market research, many different things. And those are the technical aspects of it. I'm not going to go into it, but this is more about how to think. And once you do that, once you are ready with your data, you still need to cater to your audience. You still need to send updates and solid updates to your users who are going to love it, right? Something like any product, Slack, Discord, all those kind of things. People love those communities just like us, right? Why? Because they constantly give something new. And that is how they retain their users. People want more. People keep coming back for more. Doesn't Instagram do the same? It keeps you so engaged into reels, into anything that you keep watching. If you're watching more videos, they'll send you more videos. If you're watching more live, they'll send you notifications on live, isn't it? So, the most important thing to build your audience, to build your product, to build your product management, anything that you say, boils down to this first step. This is not the only step, but this is the first step. And that is building your habits. So the iteration of the questions that we previously did, on the basis of that, I'm going to show you how to build your habits around product management. Like, imagine if you can start thinking into a product management perspective right from here, right today, right now, right? And second is, once you build your habits, you start thinking it. And the next thing that you need to do is you need to start developing your psychology for your users. The way that any marketplace platform sends you updates that, hey, you checked out new shoes, here's few recommendations for you. If you are checking flight rates, here's 20% discount for you, and so many other things, right? You're going to click those links because you love it or because you want it. So that is how you need to build habits of your users, and you need to start thinking around it. And when you do that, there are so many tactics. There are so many marketing approaches. There are so many user experience approaches. There are so many human behavior approaches that you need to take care of. And they're very simple and very easy. So we'll get into it very quickly. So building frameworks and strategies around this whole ecosystem is what I'm going to show you. That is called cultivating product thinking. Now, what we're talking about is particularly how to think in the product sense. If you are a product manager, you need to think about your users, you need to think about your organization, you need to think about your finances, your marketing, your user experience, your technology, your product, bunch of other things, right? So how do you decide what is the priority, or how do you decide what strategy or what framework are you going to use? Correct? It's very complex. Now, these are the questions which I'm going to show you. If you follow these questions and these strategies, you will start finding answers. And I would repeat, you won't find complete answers, but you will start finding answers because it makes you think, and it makes you think on the right lines. So what is the problem at hand, or what problem are we solving, is the first question. If you ask yourself, or if you ask a user that you are catering to, if you are solving your own problem, then you ask it to yourself. If you are solving it for someone else, you'll go ask them, like, what's the problem, right? What's the problem are we solving, or why are we solving it? That's the first question. Second is, what are the goals? Or, why are we picking this problem? There has to be a reason, right? Because there are going to be so many ideas out there in the world which you think are good ideas, are great ideas. I recommend them absolutely don't build them, because those ideas are your supercharged mind thoughts. They suddenly come up. After a month, you will not feel passionate enough to chase them or follow them. And that's why you need to answer the question. If you have a passion or if you have a reason to solve a problem, you're going to stick to it. And this does not only apply to product management, this applies to your life as well. So this is larger than life, or this is larger than the whole sphere. And I'm practically using this techniques to improve my life, and it has helped a lot. So now, answering those questions boils down to these things. You need to have a problem that you're solving, and then you need to have an audience that you just answered, that you need to focus on. So an audience has a problem, and you're focusing on that, right? That's the first stage of it. Now, your product or your problem or your idea needs to be validated or needs to have a proper strategy. Once you have a proper strategy, you can focus on how to build it. Because there are so many things, or there are more than one pathways to build something. Isn't it? Correct? So, okay, that works. See, this is what happens. You have to improvise. Cool. So, once you have a strategy in place, you know what is your audience, you know who you are solving it for, and you know why you are solving it. If you have a valid problem, and if you have a valid audience that you are solving it for, believe me, you're gonna be richer than Elon Musk in near future. Probably a decade or two more. Cool. So, coming back to the problem, there are problems around us in real life, just like the one that I showed. And then, you need an audience for that. We have an audience in our picture that I just showed you. Now, how are we going to solve the problem for them is what we have to think. Once you have the approaches or once you have the solutions for your product or for your audience, you're going to convert them into features like, hey, you're facing an issue with your commute. Let me build a navigation or maps app. If you want to connect with someone, let me build your social media app. If you want to send someone important updates, let me build an email reader or something like that, isn't it? So, once that is done, there's the golden line that I use to solve problems or find whether this is really going to work or not. And this is something I've cultivated from my own mentors. So it says, we are solving this problem by faced by these kind of people and by this method, and we will create this impact or will solve this problem in this manner. If your problem, if the problem that you are solving, if the audience that you are focusing on is fitting into this one sentence or one liner, then only it is gonna be sure that you have a perfect market fit. This is a very simpler way of validating your audience that you see, right? And this is just to begin with, but you will start realizing and you have to question yourself whether your problem, your audience, your solutions, your features, your apps fall into this framework. Once you have this framework, you will start canceling out other non-important things. And when you do that, you will start really focusing on what is important, not to you, to your users. And that's the first step to crack. Because if you crack that game of managing your users, your product management journey is halfway there. You're already halfway done. Because it's so important to focus on your users. And my whole story is around the same. So, most importantly, these questions, these frameworks are going to teach you or are going to just show you, they're just going to put a thought in your mind how to start thinking. And that's not the complete game. The complete game has to be a diverse game. It has to include how to think as a human from a very different perspective, how to think in analytics terms, how to make sense with practical lives, how to relate to someone who is coming out from completely different background, and bunch of other things. So how do you do that? There are a few books I'm going to recommend you. If you can take a screenshot of this, okay. I'll see if this could be gone. But you can take a picture of this and you can start exploring these books to begin with. And that will help you understand how to think for your users. These books don't necessarily teach you how to do product management, but these books definitely teach you how to think as a human way better than what we think today. And once you start doing that, you'll start making sense for all other people around you who cannot think like you. And that is your A game as a product manager. You can think on behalf of 1 million people. That is the core of product management, right? So, done? Everyone has clicked the picture? Cool. Yeah. So, this is the line that I advocate for, you can say. So focus on delivering value and helping people, because everything else will follow. Why? Is because, again, I'll relate it back to humans, I'll relate it back to your users and the people that you're catering for. If you solve their problem, if you help them overcome an obstacle, if you give them something to play with, if you give them something really meaningful, they're going to come back to you. And that is what you have to start thinking. So, with this, can you now come back with that context of where we started and what this picture says? Sorry? Okay. Sorry? Digital India, yeah. Mask, what else? What is the atmosphere? Online education, homeschooling, transitioning, education for girls. What else? Yeah. Okay, interesting. Transition has happened now. So, this is an actual picture from a random school somewhere in India. And what they have done is, they have overcome their obstacles. They have overcome their scenarios. They have overcome their uncertainty. Now, how? There are multiple ways they have done it, not just one. They've introduced e-learning, as you mentioned. They've introduced collaborative learning. They have started learning online. There are new ways. There are masks, new e-mandates, and whatnot. But the most important thing is, it's not these users who have done it. It's someone else who has done this. So there are a lot of NGOs, governmental bodies, and private institutions, and so many people have gathered across the country to solve this problem. Because according to my knowledge, there are billions of students learning every year in India. And imagine billions of students stop educating themselves for a year or two. Their future would stop. Isn't that a huge deal for the country? So, here, what has been achieved is not only vaccination, is not only e-learning. Here, a transformational journey is still ongoing, where a lot of people practically in their lives have improvised, have come with solutions which matter to these kind of audiences. Now, there were situations in remote areas where there was no internet as well. There were no devices, or there were families who could not afford these digital devices, right? So a lot of bodies came together and provided these resources and helped them overcome these challenges. So when you help them overcome these challenges, what happens is you solve a problem for them and they keep growing. The best case that you see here is, this is a very simple picture, but the impact that you create with this kind of actions are beyond your imagination, right? So, yeah. And, okay, so there's a bonus announcement with this. Cool. Excited? I'm excited. Cool. Ready? Ready? Okay. Great. So I have a new book which I recently wrote, and I just published it last week, and you can get it 50% off. And this is the book which is going to showcase if you want to solve problems strategically, or if you want to solve problems and automate things with DevOps. This is the book which is going to help you not only get these perspectives which I talked about, but also how to automate them and how to actually implement them in code. So you can scan the code, click a picture, and grab it 50% off. And this offer is only for a couple of weeks, okay? Done? Great. So yeah, with this, thanks a lot. If you have any questions, if you have any queries, you can reach out to me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sneha, for this impactful performance. And I would request you to please accept the memento. Please.
Before proceeding with the memento, can you have any questions? Like, do you have anything? Any questions? Yes.
Yes.
I see 2 raise of hands there.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Go ahead.
When we are launching a product in the market, future planning कितनी important है user के current interest को देखते हुए?
So, जब आपके पास user का data आता है, suppose you are starting from scratch, और आपको पता नहीं है कि आपका मार्केट क्या है, यूजर कौन है, फर्स्ट स्टेप इज टू आइडेंटिफाई कि यूजर को वो सच में चाहिए या नहीं जो आप सोच रहे हो, राइट? द सेकेंड स्टेप इज वंस यू हैव आइडेंटिफाइड कि ओके यू नो these many people want it, thousands of people, millions of people want it, then you start understanding कि उनको सबसे पहले क्या चाहिए, what is the most important element that you want to offer them to get onboarded in your product, right? But once you start doing that, you realize that, okay, there may be more than one things that they would require. So then you strategize and you plan. So there are strategies and frameworks. So for that, what you can do is you can think about product strategies. There are a lot of online resources, but if you really want to expand on this, there are institutions which specifically teach you. There is Indian Business School and stuff like that, who has these cohort courses which practically teach you how to strategize for these kind of situations or these kind of products. And you can either learn from them, or you can also refer to the case studies done by these people who have done it, and small scale, large scale, and a bunch of other things. And then you can understand what kind of audiences need what. Because once you have a user base or an audience with your first MVP or with your very basic requirement that they are using, then you can start collecting the data from them, the analytics, the impressions, the behavior, and many more things, right? So that will tell you what you want to do or what you need to do, because their behavior will tell you what they are doing. But what you still need to understand is what do you want to give them next, and that is what you have to prioritize. For that, once the data comes in, you have to segregate it and you have to still focus on how to strategize those elements and prioritize. Once you give them priority that, okay, you know, very first, probably in the next month, I'm going to give you this, after that this, after that this, and even more openly if possible, when you tell your users that, hey, you know, next month we are releasing this as a release or an update, that builds an amazing trust for your users that, okay, I know what is coming from you as a user. And they start putting faith in you and they see amazing updates from you. And that's the way to begin. And then you can expand it to more users.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yes. Mic? We'll need a mic there.
So how do you develop your product roadmap, like strategic visions?
So first things first, what you have to do is we have to identify what kind of features or what kind of inclusions you want to give to your users. Once that is done, you strategize in a way that what are the most crucial ones? Are there any backlogs? Are there any important features that are left out that goes on priority 1? Absolutely necessary, what needs to be fixed. Because if you are pushing something without being fixed, if there are existing features which are not working properly and you're constantly pushing it, people will stop using it. So your priority 1 should always be, okay, what is something that people want, what is not working or what needs to be improved. Then once you have mastered it, the first thing that will come out is, okay, look out for the behavior in your audience and not just your category or your domain that you're serving, but look out for the market. What do people want today? And India is a very diverse country in terms of likings, dislikings, very emotional stuff, right? And for that matter, once you observe different resources, different social medias, you start getting an understanding of what the audience wants, where is it heading, where it would fit. You make a list of it, and then you analyze where my product fits here, what my product can offer, because you are not serving your customers to achieve everything that people are doing. You are serving it for one specific use case or you are solving one specific problem, and it has to be tangential to it. So whatever the market is doing and what is tangential to your product, that should be your priority too. And then when you think, okay, I've identified something also from the market or I've heard my users, that's why user interviews are so important. So you should do user interviews also apart from the analytics gathering and all that stuff. Users will actually tell you, hey, I want this, or I need this, or this didn't work. And then you'll understand, maybe I can gamify this, or maybe I can improve my user experience in some other way, some animations or stuff like that, and then provide it to them in a much richer experience. That is your priority 3. So in this way, your buckets would be prioritized in 3 different buckets, and then your features would be developed with those priorities. Once you push those features that way, this is your roadmap. You can, this is still like an overview, but you can still do it this way, and your users will definitely love it. We personally use it in our organization that way. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, who else? Yeah, just a moment. Yes.
Actually, I had a question.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Aviral, and currently I'm a 3rd year undergrad pursuing BTech from Medicaps University Indore. So my question was, what is the roadmap to becoming a successful product manager? I mean, as a beginner and as a 3rd year undergrad, what's the roadmap to becoming a successful product manager?
I believe you have learned a couple of languages.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, okay, let me ask you this. In how many languages do you know how to write Hello World program?
Okay. C, C++, Java and Python.
Right. So, the problem that you had is to print Hello World. That's your problem. How you approach it is your language. Now it's up to you how you solve a problem, right? If you're focusing on your problem, you will start making sense with, okay, JavaScript में ऐसे लिखा जाता है, Java में ऐसा लिखा जाता है, C में ऐसा लिखा जाता है, C++ में ऐसा लिखा जाता है, right? So, then only the syntaxes change. And what you focus more on is, okay, what's the problem I need to solve and what are the ways to do it. Once you have all the ways listed down, you can pick the best one based on, okay, what is the kind of effort I need, what is the complexity, what are the trade-offs and stuff. So once you finalize, okay, I want to do this approach or I want to do that approach, then you move forward and think, this is how I'm going to develop. Now, this is the technology or the product part of it, how you build a product. When you want to become a successful product manager, you need to cultivate a human psychological behavior. You need to understand how humans think. And that's what I've emphasized more on, and not many of the technicalities. Because technicalities, probably every other course on LinkedIn, Coursera, Udemy will teach you. They'll teach you how to think or how to build roadmaps or how to build KPIs and all that stuff. But how to think is what you have to cultivate. And that is why you need to read books, you need to observe people, and you need to do a bunch of other things. So once you do that, you'll start developing an understanding of, okay, will my user like this? Will my user not like this? Should I give it this way? What is a serious problem? What is a negligible problem? Do I need to have a happy tone here? Those kind of things, right? Once you do that, you gather that knowledge, you combine it with your problem. And the third factor is, what is the surprise element that you give to your users, which they are not expecting? Because there are a few things that your users expect. They want this to solve a problem. But the third thing is, there are still going to be a few things which they absolutely don't expect or anticipate. And when you identify that, that is what is going to surprise them. Like, I'm sure you are an Instagram user, right? You never imagined the reels were coming. Now you are addicted to it, isn't it? So that is the surprise element. So when you combine all these factors, what you push out is an excellence. And what you have to do is, so here are a few things that I do, and then you can identify what you want to do. I read case studies from successful brands, successful corporations, products and stuff like that. I read books, and a lot of books, good books like these. I talk to a lot of people also outside of my domain, because that helps me build perspective, how they think. Because I'm thinking and my thinking is absolutely limited. If someone from a banking sector can come and tell me, hey, this is how it works. If someone from a non-technical background can come and tell me, hey, this is how it works, I'm gonna listen to those perspectives. And that's probably the most important thing I would highlight. After that, of course, build psychology around it. Watch other mock interviews of product managers. That is also a very great thing to do. And test a lot of apps. A lot of them. Just install, play around for a week or two, not just a day or two, week or two. That's when you get very comfortable roaming around. And that's when you'll start identifying, okay, I like this feature, but I don't like how this navigates. But I still like this feature. So note that down. When you have this, start publishing and start writing about it. When you write, your mind starts thinking and starts developing. And that's the way to become a better product manager. Because product management is not one-step solution. It's like, ek baar kar liya ho gaya, no. It's an always learning process. So cultivate that emotion or that thinking or that habit कि मेरे को हर रोज कुछ नया सीखना. Enjoy it. And that's how you're going to be the great one.
Okay, also I wanted to ask that, what if I'm not pretty sure about what to do after my 4th year? I mean, should I go with like studying abroad, or maybe should I opt for any of the job opportunities that are in India? What should I do? I mean,
so that's like a very broad question. I'll take it personally with you, okay, offline. Does that work? Yeah,
okay.
Sure. I'll surely connect with you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Abhishek, and my question is how to find the right target audience for my product and how to give them the best user experience possible.
Okay, I think I am out of time, so we'll take it offline. Does that work?
Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Sneh. Please accept the memento.
Yeah. you. Thank you.
So we are out of time. So if you have any more questions related to this session,
actually,
you
yeah.
can reach out to Sneh personally on his social handlers. So now we are delighted to announce Shikunj, who is a India leading women empowerment organization, as our diversity and inclusion partner for DevFest Indore 2022. Shikunj also promotes personal growth for all women to fulfill their potential and aims to through their education and guidance. So I would like to thank Shikunj for being a part of this DevFest for this event. So now let's play this full video to learn more about this initiative. Okay, so before playing the video, we would like to call upon Rahul.
Mr. Rahul sir, who is the managing director of R. Ventures, Shikunj.com and Octahigh.com, and he entered in the business in the young age of 23rd, and he is a first generation businessman with the multiple franchises outlets across 7 states, and he is awarded by Rajasthan government as an emerging director in India and got the 43rd rank in India among the women and education oriented startups certified by Microsoft, Google and IBM. Please sir.
Over to you, Rahul. Sure.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I can see the stress, and I know it's a lunch break time. मुझे वास्तविकता में नहीं पता है कि बाहर खाने में क्या बना है, लेकिन मेरे भी पेट में चूहे कूद रहे हैं तो मुझे खुशबू तो आ रही है. If you guys are clapping, तो तालियां 2 चीजों के लिए बजाई जाती हैं मित्रों. एक जाने के लिए और एक वंस मोर के लिए. ओके, मैं बहुत ज्यादा लंबे समय आपका लोगों का नहीं लूंगा. मैं बड़े ही संक्षिप्त में, आई थिंक यू गाइज आर कंफर्टेबल विद द हिंदी, राइट? चलिए, मतलब अगर आपने ये समझा तो आप इंग्लिश में भी कंफर्टेबल है. चलिए, दोनों चलेगा. ओके, आई रियली थैंक्स टू द DevFest, प्रोटॉन साहब, तुषार पाल साहब और यहां पर सभी जितने भी स्पॉन्सर्स हैं, to invite Shikunj and me here on the stage. You won't believe, when I was in the BCA, the Computer Application Bachelor, मैं एक कॉलेज में 12 सब्जेक्ट्स का एक ईयर होता था, मतलब 6 महीने का एक सेमेस्टर होता था, जिसमें से मुझे 8 में बैक लगा था. बट मैं हारा नहीं. मैंने फिर से BCA किया. See, because my girlfriend was, you know, कहते हैं ना, आप कभी भी कॉलेज जब चूज करते हैं तो आप कभी भी कॉलेज पेपर में एडवर्टाइजमेंट देख के चूज नहीं करते हैं. आप कॉलेज चूज करते हैं कि आपके फ्रेंड ने कौन सा लिया है, साथी ने कौन सा लिया है, संगिनी ने कौन सा लिया है, मित्र ने कौन सा लिया है. इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, राइट? उसके बाद मैटर करता है कि उसकी रैंकिंग कितनी है. अगर मान लेते हैं कि एक एक्स कॉलेज है जिसके अंदर मेरे फ्रेंड्स नहीं जा रहे हैं, उसकी रैंकिंग फर्स्ट है, लेकिन मेरे फ्रेंड्स जो है वो जिस कॉलेज में जा रहे हैं उसकी रैंकिंग 3rd है, तो मैं बोलूंगा इतना तो चलता है, फाइन. ओके, frankly speaking, from last 10 years I am doing the business, and in the multiple states we are working, but today we are not here to motivate you like a Sandeep Maheshwari or the Vivek Bindra. Thank you. Guys, आप जो भी आपकी लाइफ में कर रहे हैं, whatever you guys are doing, either in the graphic designing, game or anything, that is the plan A in your life. Have you ever watched any Hollywood movie like James Bond? या अगर मैंने कभी कोई एक्शन मूवी देखी होगी तो उसके अंदर हीरो के पास एक बड़ी सी मशीन गन होती है, धड़ 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 करके वो गोलियां चलाता है, और अचानक से जब मेन दुश्मन आता है तो ड्रैगन जिसको बोलेंगे, तो वो गोली, ज्यादातर ऐसे ही होता है, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग. एम आई ऑडिबल द बैक बेंचर्स? परफेक्ट, या. सो अब अगर हीरो जेम्स बॉन्ड है, मान लेते हैं उसकी मशीन गन है, मशीन गन में गोली खत्म हो गई, दुश्मन सामने आ गया, अगर हीरो जेम्स बॉन्ड है तो वो अपना ब्लेजर पीछे करेगा, रिवॉल्वर निकालेगा और मार देगा. यस और नो? अगर हीरो साउथ का है तो नारियल काटने वाला, क्या बोलते, कोलता, हसिया. अगर वो चाइनीज मूवी है तो वो टूथपिक से मार देगा, चॉपस्टिक से मार देगा. यस और नो? और अगर वो मूवी मिथुन जी की है तो वो साफे के अंदर ब्लेड लगा के घुमाएंगे और हीरो दुश्मन मर जाएगा. यस और नो? गाइज, whatever you guys are doing, that is the plan A of your life. मेरी बात बहुत ध्यान से सुनना. ये सेशन आपका है, डेवलपर फेस्ट है, मैं थोड़ा सा पाले बाहर का आदमी लेकिन आपके काम की बात करने आया हूं. So whatever you guys are doing is the plan A of your life. Shikunj is a platform working to give the plan B, especially for the women, but हम भेदभाव नहीं करते जेंडर के साथ. हम सर्टिफिकेशंस दो कैटेगरीज में देते हैं. शिकुंज is the leading women empowerment organization. Yes, of course, we have the rank of 43 in India in the startups. We got many awards by different ministries, and even till now, we have certified, in the span of 1.7 years only, we have certified 30,000 plus women on the global platform, which include the Java, Python, graphic designing, digital marketing, web designing, and the different courses which actually require in the industries. You know the plus point? हम पैसा नहीं लेते. Shikunj is the 100% cost-free organization working for 3 different, I think now you guys are having some energies और आपके चूहे भी मेरी बातों को सुन रहे होंगे तो पेट में कूद नहीं रहे होंगे. So we have the 3 different dimensions: Shiksha, Swasth, and Samriddhi. I hope you like the names. So Shikunj is having the 3 different dimensions. Shiksha, we are providing the education on more than 20 plus courses across the India in 700 plus education societies, having multiple MOUs with the education societies and the government, where we are providing the physical session training. I'm not talking about the live training, guys. I'm not talking about the online course on the Python. I'm not talking about the online course on the web designing. I'm talking about the physical training, face-to-face training inside the college campuses. Okay? I have seen some students who came from Medicaps. We are also doing the tie-up with the Medicaps. Recently, we had a meeting with the management. Even in IIST and the different institutes in Indore, we have the tie-ups where we are providing the free education. So in Shiksha, we are providing the free education. In Swasth, we are working for the major issues in the young generation, which include the cancer, the cervical, the breast, and the different issues majorly happening nowadays in this 21st century's women, especially. Then the Samriddhi, this is for you all guys. आप डेवलपर बन जाएंगे, लेकिन आपके दिमाग में एक आइडिया जरूर आएगा कुछ ना कुछ नया क्रिएट करने का. अच्छा, अगर मैं आपसे बोलता हूं आपके रोल मॉडल्स कौन से हैं, तो आप हमेशा स्टीव जॉब्स की बात करेंगे. यस और नो? या अगर आप और जाते हैं तो फेसबुक की बात करेंगे, मार्क जुकरबर्ग की बात करेंगे. आप ऐसे लोगों की बात करेंगे जिन्होंने वास्तविकता में अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को आईटी के अंदर एक सुपर यूनिकॉर्न बनाया. यस और नो? राइट मित्रों, वो सब आइडिया से इनिशिएट हुआ है. इन द समृद्धि वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग द फ्री फंड्स, इन्वेस्टमेंट टू गिव यू द फ्यूल टू रन द स्टार्टअप्स. शार्क टैंक इंडिया सुना है? We are Shark Tank. We are kind of a Shark Tank India light. If you have the idea, see, recently कल ही मेरी टीम ने मुझसे बोला सर एक नया थॉट बताओ, आपने नया ट्विटर चालू करा है, उस पर डालना है. तो रैंडम मेरे दिमाग में आया कि आपके सपने, सॉरी, आपके आइडिया महज सपने हैं जब तक वो जमीन पे नहीं उतरे हैं. Thank you. See, if you like it, you can follow me on the Twitter, Rahul Bhargav 88. Okay. तो आपके जितने भी गोल्स हैं जो आपने सोचे हैं, आपका जो भी आइडिया है, वो महज सपने हैं अगर वो जमीन पे नहीं उतरे हैं. उनको जमीन पे उतारने के लिए जिन फंड्स की जरूरत लगती है, हम उनके लिए आपके साथ हैं. Till now, we have provided 28 plus funds to the startups जो आज सक्सेसफुली मध्य प्रदेश में ही नहीं, राजस्थान और देश के 5 अलग अलग राज्यों में काम कर रहे हैं. ओके, सो लेट्स अगेन कम टू द सेम पॉइंट. तो मैंने कहा कि आपने हॉलीवुड मूवी देखी हो या बॉलीवुड देखी हो, हीरो के पास एक मेन प्लान के पास प्लान बी जरूर रहता है. यस और नो? हम सबने टाइगर जिंदा है देखी थी, एंड अच्छा नहीं देखी थी, चलो ठीक है. मौत का सौदागर देखी है? हम कभी भी, जब मैंने टाइगर जिंदा है देखी तो मुझे आखिरी में लगा कि टाइगर तो मर गया, बट एक्चुअली हमेशा हीरो के पास प्लान बी होता है. और ऐसा ही आपके करियर के साथ भी होता है. क्या जितने भी लोग इंजीनियरिंग करते हैं वो 100% डेवलपर बन जाते हैं? CSIT की बैच में अगर मान लेते हैं 100 स्टूडेंट्स हैं, तो क्या सारे 100 स्टूडेंट डेवलपर बन गए हैं? नहीं, राइट? यस और नो? आर यू गाइस एग्री विथ मी? तो अब जब वो डेवलपर, क्योंकि उनने डेवलपमेंट तो इसलिए ले लिया क्योंकि प्रिया ने डेवलपमेंट लिया था. Priya was in CSIT because my, girlfriend chose the BCA, so I choose the BCA. I thought I am good in the computer applications. But after the first failure, I thought I think I am not good in that. So मित्रों, Shikunj will create the plan B for your dreams. Okay? मैं ये कहता हूं कि जब कभी भी हम लद्दाख जाने की बात करते हैं, हम मनाली जाने की बात करते हैं, तो हम अपनी कार को तैयार करते हैं. यस और नो? पहले तो हंस रहे होंगे, सर इतने बड़े ख्वाब मत दिखाओ, है ना? हम पाताल पानी नहीं जा पा रहे हैं 1.5 महीने से. बोले सर हम यहाँ देवगुराड़िया मंदिर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं. 4 दिन से मेरा दोस्त नाश्ता कराने की बात कर रहा है, वो तो खा नहीं पा रहे हैं. आप लद्दाख की बात कर रहे हैं. चलिए, तो अगर आप लद्दाख जाने की प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं तो आप हमेशा अपनी कार को तैयार करेंगे, कार के अंदर स्टेपनी को चेक करेंगे, स्टेपनी को साथ में रखने के बाद आप पंचर किट भी रखेंगे, पंचर किट के साथ साथ हवा भरने का पंप भी रखेंगे. और 4 दोस्त अगर जा रहे हैं तो कोशिश करेंगे एक दोस्त ऐसा हो जिसको गाड़ी का काम करना आता हो. जब मित्रों में 3000 किलोमीटर के लिए इतने सारे बैकअप्स लेके चलता हूं, सो व्हाई आई एम नॉट कैरिंग द बैकअप्स फॉर माय लाइफ एंड फॉर माय स्टडी. आज मेरे जितने भी अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में हम लोगों के जो बिजनेसेस हैं, हमारे पास कई स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं. वी हैव द नेटवर्क ऑफ 6 लाख प्लस स्टूडेंट्स जस्ट बिकॉज आई एम द माइक्रोसॉफ्ट सर्टिफाइड ट्रेनर. तो कई सारे स्टूडेंट हैं जो 5th सेमेस्टर में आके हमसे बात करते हैं, सर 2 साल तक तो है ना कोडिंग बड़ा अच्छा लगा जब तक सी चल रहा था, अभी सर थोड़ा सा दिक्कत आ रही है. तब आप लोगों को लाइफ में एक नया प्लान बनाना पड़ता है. तो गाइज, फॉर यू ऑल, वी कैन बी द वर्क एज अ प्लान बी. प्लान बी in every single sector, either you're talking about the non-technical, semi-technical or the core technical. क्या मैं जान सकता हूं यहां पर मैनेजमेंट से कोई है? Is there anybody from the management? चलिए बढ़िया, मतलब हमारी टीम के अलावा यहाँ MBA से कोई नहीं आया है. वेरी गुड. ओके, अब यहां पर मैं ये सवाल तो नहीं पूछूंगा आप में से कोडिंग में किसको इंटरेस्ट नहीं आने वाला, क्योंकि आप डेफिनेटली, ये तो बड़ा बेकार सवाल हो जाएगा. अगर आपको कभी भी आज की डेट में ऐसा लगता है कि मुझे अपनी स्ट्रीम को चेंज करना है, मैं जैसे कि यहां पर किसी ने पूछा था कि वेब डिजाइनिंग से गेम डेवलपमेंट की तरफ कैसे मूव किया जाए, राइट? तो जब वो सेशन चल रहा था मिस्टर नागर का, जब उन्होंने कहा कि कि क्वेश्चन पूछा कि हाउ कैन आई स्विच द वेब एज अ वेब डिजाइनर टू अ गेम डेवलपर. इन दैट सिचुएशन द गेम डेवलपमेंट इज एक्चुअली अ प्लान बी फॉर यू. आर यू गेटिंग माई पॉइंट? राइट. तो हम ये चाहते हैं आप अपनी एग्जिस्टिंग डिग्री के साथ, अपने एग्जिस्टिंग नॉलेज के साथ हमारे साथ जुड़ के, क्योंकि हम पैसा नहीं लेते, हमारे साथ जुड़ के आप अपनी लाइफ में दूसरे प्लान्स को इनिशिएट करें साथ में, जिससे कि अगर भविष्य में कभी आपका प्लान ए फेल हो जाए तो आप प्लान बी को एज ए वेपन का इस्तेमाल कर कर रिसेशन से बच सकें. एंड दिस इज व्हाट वी आर डूइंग. मित्रों, आप फिर भी बहुत ज्यादा अर्बन एरियाज से हैं. दिस इज माई 1076 सेशन इन द स्पैन ऑफ 8 years. 1076वां सेशन है. झाबुआ, अलीराजपुर, खरगोन, खंडवा, छतरपुर. छत्तीसगढ़ में बात करेंगे छत्तीसगढ़ के एरिया की, तो चिरीमिरी, कोरबा, ऐसे क्षेत्र जो नक्सलाइट लोगों से भरे हुए हैं, हमने वहां तक जाकर महिलाओं को और वहां के युवाओं को अफिलिएट मार्केटिंग पे ट्रेन किया है और रोज के 350 से 700 रुपए कमाने तक के लिए तैयार किया है. अमरावती का नाम सुना है महाराष्ट्र में? कभी अगर मौका मिले तो खंडवा से अमरावती की तरफ जाना. एक टाइगर रिजर्व आता है, दैट्स एट मेलघाट टाइगर रिजर्व. एंड द प्लेस, वेरी गुड प्लेस, दैट्स चिकलदरा. चिकलदरा इज ए हिल स्टेशन जो कि सर्दियों और बारिश में बड़ा चलता है, लेकिन गर्मियों के टाइम पे बंद हो जाता है, सूख जाता है. पता है आपको, गर्मियों के टाइम पे वहां पे खाने तक की दिक्कत आ जाती है. वहां के जो लोग हैं, वहां के जो ग्रामीण वर्ग है, क्योंकि वो जंगल नहीं जा सकते, वहां शेर होते हैं. हमने वहां की रूरल एरियाज की महिलाओं को, स्मार्टफोन आजकल सब जगह, रूरल एरिया की महिलाओं को 78 लोगों का एक ग्रुप बनाया. 78 महिलाओं को हमने अफिलिएट मार्केटिंग सिखाई. क्या सिखाई? आप सभी जानते हैं, मुझे दोहराने की जरूरत नहीं है अफिलिएट मार्केटिंग के बारे में, राइट? आपको ऐसा लगेगा राहुल सर आपने वहां 30-40 साल की महिलाओं को क्या अफिलिएट मार्केटिंग सिखाई होंगी? मित्रों, बाय द हेल्प ऑफ द मीशो, that ladies are earning 175 rupees to 280 rupees or 300 rupees in a day. This is what we are doing. And how we are doing it? क्योंकि उनकी शॉप से तो वहां पर कस्टमर्स आते थे, कस्टमर्स के नंबर उनके मोबाइल में सेव होते थे, क्योंकि वो हिल स्टेशन है. और जब वो मीशो के एफिलिएट मार्केटिंग की लिंक्स के थ्रू जब लिंक्स किसी को देती थी तो उनको 50 रुपए पर लिंक मिलते थे. परचेसिंग, आपको सब पता है एफिलिएट मार्केटिंग के बारे में. दिस इज व्हाट वी आर डूइंग इन द इंडिया, एंड दैट इज द रीजन वी स्पेंड 4 days with the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh in Bangalore, in Bhopal, and in Indore. The Shikunj awarded by the Governor of Rajasthan and the Ministry of Rajasthan. Why? Because in Alwar, have you heard about Alwar in Rajasthan? In Alwar, we trained 500 girls on the taekwondo. Not related with the digital learning. तालियां पहली बजा दी. Can you imagine? 500 महिलाओं ने, 500 लड़कियों ने 1 महीने टाइकोंडो सीखने के बाद जब वहां की मिनिस्ट्री के सामने टाइकोंडो किया होगा तो क्या वाइब क्रिएट हुई होगी? कैन यू इमेजिन गाइज? 15 अगस्त की परेड देखी है? कभी सुना है उसके बारे में? टीवी पे तो देखी होगी. कितना एनर्जेटिक लगता है. तो जब वहां पर 500 लोग फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट में सेल्फ डिफेंस की और ये इस आर्ट की ट्रेनिंग लेके वहां आर्ट दिखा रहे थे ना, तो अ लेडी, द वुमेन कमिश्नर वाज स्टार्टेड वीपिंग. She said, this is the first time moment I have seen my entire life in the rural areas where the girls are wearing the white karate cloths and fighting. Fighting तो आप भी लड़ते हैं, लड़ते आप भी हैं, लेकिन वो फाइटिंग और इस फाइटिंग में अंतर है.
Excuse me, sir. We are currently out of time.
Just 1 minute, yeah. Right. So guys, this is what we are doing. Now, I would request everyone if you see any of the a person जिसको हमारी जरूरत है, either in the स्वास्थ्य, either in the शिक्षा, or in the समृद्धि, shikunj.com is always with you guys. And if you want, you can follow us on shikunj_edu. And if you want, you can connect with me, Rahul Bhargav 888 on Instagram. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking this initiative. And we request you to please accept the gratitude. Please, sir.
Please, sir, come on this side. So I would request you all to make a round of applause for him.
Thank you so much, sir. प्रियल, तुम्हें भूख लग रही है नहीं?
लग तो रही है.
और हमारी ऑडियंस को? चलो.
So we request you all to gather at a line with the food coupon to go with your left side. Please make a line.
And please back together.
Please make a line and take a food coupon.
Everybody just sit down, settle down again. एक एक करके रो में निकलेंगे एंड लेफ्ट साइड से निकलना है सबको. पहले बैठ जाओ, पीछे की रो से स्टार्ट करो एंड जस्ट गो वन बाय वन. सबके पास फूड कूपन्स है, सो डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट. मुझे लेफ्ट बोल के रखा था. अच्छा, ये कौन बताएगा मुझे? हाँ. नहीं, आप लोगों का राइट. ओके, आई जस्ट मेक द करेक्ट.
सब लोग लाइन से जाइए, मतलब डोंट मेक अ रश. एक लाइन बना लीजिए.
प्लीज डोंट गैदर ओवर देयर. बी सीटेड एंड गो वन बाय वन. Volunteers, please assist them.
And you all have to come back after 30 minutes. The lunch time is for 30 minutes, half an hour.
GDG organizers are requested to come outside for 2 minutes.
किसी को चश्मा मिला क्या? वाइट एंड गोल्डन फ्रेम मिले तो प्लीज आके फ्रंट पे सबमिट कर दीजिए. ओके.
ओके, सो आई गेस सबने खाना तो खा लिया है.
एनर्जी नहीं आ रही अभी भी. सेशंस बोरिंग थे क्या? कौन बोला यस? एवरीवन एंजॉयड द फूड? ओके, सो बहुत लोग बोल रहे थे कि अब नेटवर्किंग नहीं हुई है, तो अब हम नेटवर्किंग लेकर आए हैं. सो आपको स्लाइड देखकर कुछ दिख रहा होगा कि समथिंग कुछ सेल्फी है, फिर हमारे पिक्चर्स है, तो हम कुछ ऐसा करने वाले हैं. सो दर्शन, कैन यू प्लीज लेट अस नो व्हाट वी वांटेड टू डू?
Okay, so first of all, how's the Josh? I can't hear you. How's the Josh? एक बार और, how's the Josh?
Hi.
Okay, so हमने यहाँ पे एक लिंक दिया हुआ है, so please ये लिंक को आप ओपन कीजिए.
And when you open the link, it will look like this.
Yeah.
Like as you see this, it's an Instagram filter. Did you open? You have to just type tinyurl.com/y5rnhoyc. दिख रही है सबको URL?
ठीक है, तो अब हमको सिंपल ये करना है, गो टू दिस URL. उसके साथ में आपको आपके सेल्फी लेना है, प्लस DevFest 2022 इंदौर का हैशटैग लगाना है. हैशटैग है DevFest Indore 2022. ठीक है, आप ये वाली इंस्टाग्राम पे कीजिए और इसके साथ में हाइप को रखिए और ट्वीट करते जाओ. जितने ज्यादा ट्वीट होंगे, जितनी ज्यादा रीच होगी जिस किसी की भी ट्वीट पे, उसको वी आर गिविंग अ मर्चेंडाइज. नहीं चालू है.
ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता. It is not working. Yeah.
हाँ, वो 4C चलाया था.
Okay.
इसका नाम क्या है यार?
हाँ?
फिल्टर का नाम क्या है?
फिल्टर का नाम है AR फिल्टर है इंस्टाग्राम का. Let's
वो
see.
लिंक दूसरा दिखा दो.
Okay, let me check.
सही दूसरा वाला लिंक डाल सकते हैं. बारकोड.
So we are fixing the link again. I don't know like how it got corrupted, so it is like by mistake. So like the instructions is like when you click the link, then after that it will show some filters over there when your face in the top of the camera. So what we will do, like after clicking the link, we will take the selfie and tag at the GDG Indore. So within the 5 to 10 minutes, the link will work. कोई बोला हो गया?
ओके, हो गया.
और पीछे से कोई बोला है नोट ओके.
यार ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि किसी का आए और किसी का नहीं आए. तो ट्वीट कर रहे हैं आप लोग? जब तक ये फिक्स होता है तब तक ट्वीट कर दीजिए। बट अच्छा,
Okay, so you can see the QR code. Now you have to just scan it. So अब ये हो रहा है स्कैन की, ये भी वर्क नहीं कर रहा है।
ओके,
आई थिंक वो लिंक में कुछ प्रॉब्लम थी, राइट?
ओके, सो देयर इज अ इंस्टाग्राम फिल्टर। ठीक है, आपका फेस जैसे ही उस पर आएगा तो वहां पे एक फिल्टर आ जाएगा देव फेस का। आपको वो सेल्फी क्लिक करना है, देव फेस इंदौर 2022 को हैशटैग लगाना है एंड जीडीजी इंदौर को मेंशन करके वो सेल्फी पोस्ट करनी है। ठीक है, जितनी ज्यादा रीच होगी उस ऑडियंस को हम लोग मर्चेंडाइज देने वाले। प्लस ऑल्सो हम लोग टॉप 10 ट्वीट्स को टी शर्ट देने वाले जिनकी बहुत ज्यादा रीच होगी। तो आप लोग टैग कीजिए अपने फ्रेंड्स को, प्लीज मेंशन जीडीजी इंदौर देवफेस्ट इंदौर 2022। ओके, सो हैव यू डन इट?
आई बिलीव सबका हो गया होगा। एंड समटाइम्स लिंक नहीं भी वर्क करती, वो भी हो जाता है, राइट? सो सबको मजा आया इस एक्टिविटी में। आई थिंक द मेन थिंग मैटर द मोस्ट इज कि आपको एआर फिल्टर कैसा लगा। एवरीवन ट्राइड दैट? कोई आवाज नहीं आ रही, मतलब किसी ने कुछ ट्राई नहीं किया है। फिल्टर आएगा, आपको उस डेवफेस्ट के लोगो पे क्लिक करना पड़ेगा, देन वो फिल्टर आएगा। अगर आप उस पर क्लिक करके देख रहे होंगे तो आपको फिल्टर दिख रहा होगा। ओके, सो ये एक्टिविटी तो हमारी हो गई। So now we are proceeding to our next session. So उसके पहले हम ये जानना चाहेंगे कि next session is coming about flutter. So किसी को flutter के बारे में कुछ knowledge है? Like anyone? Any flutter enthusiast here? Only one.
आए।
अगर इतने कम लोग होंगे तो अगला सेशन तो फ्लटर का ही है, मतलब आप सब लोगों को अच्छा लगेगा। इट्स रिलेटेड टू वेब एंड फ्लटर यूआई। सो आई वुड लाइक टू इंट्रोड्यूस आवर नेक्स्ट स्पीकर हु इज आयुष शेखर, हु इज द जीडी फॉर फ्लटर डार्ट। सो लेट्स वेलकम आयुष शेखर ओवर द स्टेज। तालियों में भी इतनी एनर्जी नहीं दिख रही है, खाना खाने के बाद सबकी एनर्जी चली गई।
बताओ, बंदा आ करके चिल्ला चिल्ला के रिक्वेस्ट कर करके बुला रहा है, तभी भी शोर सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है। That's more like it. पर इससे काम नहीं बनेगा। बिकॉज आई एम द वन फॉर चीयर्स ज़्यादा तालियां कम, ठीक है। मतलब जो मेरा टॉक होता है ना वो टॉक नहीं होता है, आई फील लाइक कि हम तो कॉन्सर्ट ही दे रहे हैं, ठीक है। तो वैसा ही होता है। और इतनी बार हम सुबह से रिश्वत दे दे करके बोले कि यार पीछे मत बैठो, आगे बैठो, अभी भी पीछे ही बैठे हो, कोई बात नहीं, सबसे ज़्यादा आप ही लोग चिल्लाओगे, ठीक है। तो यार मेरे स्लाइड्स लगा दो। इंदौर खाना खाया? अरे जब खाना खा लिया तो जोर से बोलो खाना खाया, ठीक है, कूल, सही है। अब माय नेम इज आयुष शेखर, ठीक है, और आई एम अ जीडी फॉर फ्लटर एंड डार्ट। जीडी का मतलब होता है गूगल डेवलपर एक्सपर्ट, ठीक है। पर ऐसा कुछ एक्सपर्ट वगैरह हम अपने आप को मानते नहीं है, हम भी आप ही जैसे हैं। इट्स जस्ट दैट कि कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हो सकती हैं जो कि आपने अभी तक करी नहीं है और मैंने कर लिया, दैट्स इट, उतना ही डिफरेंस है, राइट। हम ऑल्सो पता नहीं क्यों इंदौर आए ना तो अचानक से एक शख्स की याद आ गई, और वो अभी रिसेंटली बहुत ज़्यादा न्यूज़ में भी चल रहा है, सोशल मीडिया पे, इंस्टाग्राम पे तो छाया ही हुआ है कतई एकदम। कौन है वो? बोलो बोलो, जोर से बोलो। जाकिर खान। कितने लोग जाकिर के फैन है यहाँ पर? यार एक जाकिर के लिए चेयर कर दो। बहुत बड़े फैन है, बहुत बड़े। तथास्तु लाइव देखा था, और फिर जब 1 दिसंबर को आया तो रात में 12 बजे बैठ के देखा था फिर, राइट। मतलब क्या अमेजिंग शो बनाया है, राइट। तो जाकिर खान के बारे में एक खास बात यह है कि वो अपने आप को कॉमेडियन नहीं मानते, ही इज अ स्टोरी टेलर, राइट। वो कहानियां कहते हैं, एंड दैट इज समथिंग दैट आई ऑल्सो लाइक। मतलब टेक्निकल स्पीकर तो चलो जो भी हो गया, बहुत बड़ा शब्द हो गया टेक्निकल स्पीकर, बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड टर्म हो गया, बट हम अपने आपको टेक्निकल स्पीकर मानते नहीं है। आई बिलीव दैट आई एम अ स्टोरी टेलर, और हम अपनी कहानी सुना रहे हैं, आप में से कोई उठ के अपनी कहानी सुना सकता है, राइट। और एक और चीज़ थी जो एड्रेस करनी ज़रूरी है, बिकॉज आई सॉ कि कुछ लोग आके बोल रहे थे, दे वर लाइक कि सर पहले तो 4th का था, तो 4th को पूरी 4th के लिए पूरी हाइप है, ये है वो है, 4th का मिल जाएगा क्या टिकट? यार थोड़ी कद्र कर लो, हम भी आए हैं, ठीक है, बड़ी दूर से आए हैं, ठीक है, तो हमारी भी बातें सुन लो। और प्लस जो भी कोड वगैरह का, तो जो फ्लटर का हम आपको बताएंगे वो बताएंगे। उसके अलावा आई ऑल्सो लाइक टू राइट, ठीक है। और इंदौर घरानों का शहर, साहित्य का शहर, कविताओं का शहर, राइट। आपके सामने अगर कुछ ना सुना, बिना सुनाए चले गए आज, राइट, तो बहुत पाप हो जाएगा, मतलब इट वुड बी अनफेयर टू द इंदौर ऑडियंस, ठीक है। तो जब कोई कवि या कोई राइटर कोई स्टेज पे आता है, कुछ बताता है आपको, कुछ सुनाता है, तो आप लोग क्या बोलते हो? नहीं, स्टार्ट करने के लिए इरशाद बोलते हो, अच्छा लग जाता है तो क्या बोलते हो? क्या बोलते हो? ठीक है, तो जब हम कुछ बोले ऐसा, ठीक है, और आपको अच्छा लगे ना लगे, ऑप्टिक्स के लिए वाह वाह बोल देना, ठीक है, कूल। तो इनफैक्ट स्टार्ट ही करते हैं ना, एक शेर से ही स्टार्ट करते हैं, ठीक है। शेर स्टार्ट करने के लिए क्या बोलते हैं? हाँ, तो साहिर लुधियानवी साहब के बारे में कोई जानता है? साहिर लुधियानवी बड़े शायर हुए, ठीक है। उन्होंने, वो आपने गाना सुना होगा किशोरदा की आवाज़ में कि मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ, वो उनका ही लिखा हुआ गाना है। तो उन्होंने जब वो गज़ल लिखी तो उसमें 2 शब्द हैं और उसमें 2 पंक्तियां हैं, और वो पंक्तियां ऐसी हैं कि कल और आएंगे नगमों की खिलती कलियां चुनने वाले। कल आ रहे हैं ना स्पीकर्स, और ठीक है, 3-3 फ्लटर के स्पीकर आ रहे हैं कल। तो कल और आएंगे नगमों की खिलती कलियां चुनने वाले, मुझसे बेहतर कहने वाले, तुमसे बेहतर सुनने वाले, राइट। तो अब वो तो कल आएंगे, पर आज कौन आया है? हम और आप। तो आपको इसी टॉक को एंजॉय करना है, इसी टॉक को चीयर ऑन करना है, ठीक है, कूल। सो अब बात करेंगे फ्लटर के बारे में कि फ्लटर है क्या। तो जब आप ये टॉक की एक्चुअली जब टाइटल देखोगे ना, तो इट्स कॉल्ड सर्वर ड्रिवन यूआई इन फ्लटर, राइट। काफी सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी है, एक एक टर्म को ब्रेक डाउन करके आपको समझ में आ जाएगा कि ये क्या है, राइट। बट मतलब इनहेरेंटली द स्टेटमेंट इन इटसेल्फ साउंड्स लाइक अ सॉल्यूशन, राइट। ये ऐसा लगता है कि किसी ने ना कोई चीज का सोल्यूशन दे दिया है कि सर्वर ड्रिवन यूआई इन फ्लटर कर लो, बड़ा कमाल का चीज हो जाएगा। बट आपको अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जब प्रोडक्ट मैनेजमेंट के बारे में बता रहे थे स्नेह, तो उन्होंने बताया था कि कोई भी सोल्यूशन फिगर आउट करने से पहले आपको प्रॉब्लम पता होना चाहिए, राइट। अगर आपको प्रॉब्लम ही पता नहीं है कि हाँ यार ये प्रॉब्लम क्यों आ रही है, कैसे आ रही है, तो फिर आप सोल्यूशन का करोगे क्या? मतलब सोल्यूशन पढ़ लिए कि हाँ सर्वर ड्रिवन यूआई इन फ्लटर कैसे करते हैं, पता ही नहीं है कि सॉल्व क्या करता है, राइट, पता ही नहीं है। तो अब हम लोग देखेंगे कि वो क्या सॉल्व करता है, प्रॉब्लम क्या है। एकदम शांत हो जाओ, ठीक है, एकदम शांत, कोई बात नहीं करेगा, किसी का फोन नहीं बजना चाहिए, 10 सेकंड तक एकदम फिंगर ऑन योर लिप्स वाला साइलेंस, शांति बिल्कुल। बहुत दुख है जीवन में। ये 15 सेकंड्स ऑफ साइलेंस पता है किसके लिए था? ऐप अपडेट्स के लिए था, क्योंकि जो लोग ऐप डेवलपर्स होते हैं ना, वो उनके पास मौन व्रत रखने के या फिर हेल्पलेसली बैठने के अलावा और कोई चारा नहीं होता है, बिकॉज ऐप अपडेट्स आर सो स्लो। अगर आपने प्ले स्टोर पे कोई ऐप रखा है, राइट, ऐप स्टोर पे कोई ऐप रखा है, आपको पता है कि अगर एक बार ऐप हाथ से निकल गया तो निकल गया, उसके बाद आप उसका कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते, राइट। अब यूजर के हाथ में चला गया तो आप यूजर की डिवाइस में घुस करके जाके उसको कुछ चेंज नहीं कर सकते हो ना, राइट। आपको ऐप अपडेट पुश करना पड़ेगा। ऐप अपडेट पुश करने के लिए आप फिक्स करोगे, नया बिल्ड बनाओगे, उसको प्ले स्टोर पे अपलोड करोगे, फिर प्ले स्टोर का रिव्यू जितना उनका मन उतना टाइम लेगा। यू कैन नॉट डू एनीथिंग अबाउट इट, राइट। दैट्स कंप्लीटली इन गूगल्स एंड एप्पल्स कंट्रोल। तो ऐप डेवलपर्स की हालत थोड़ी वैसी मौन व्रत रखने वाली हो जाती है, राइट। ऐप अपडेट्स आर स्लो, ऐप अपडेट्स आर स्कैरी। डर लगने लगता है एक टाइम के बाद कि यार फ्राइडे को शिप करें क्या कोड, फ्राइडे को रिलीज करें क्या? अगर रिलीज कर दिए और बाद में कुछ फट गया तो सैटरडे को जो डेट है वो तो कैंसिल हो जाएगी, बिकॉज बैठ के फिक्स करना पड़ेगा ना। तो करें क्या, सच में करें क्या? तो डर लगने लगता है, कांपने लगते हैं डेवलपर्स। मतलब इट्स ऑलमोस्ट एज इफ कि आपने हैरी पॉटर फैंस कौन से है? डिमेंटर्स पता है ना क्या होते हैं? दे सक द लाइफ एंड हैप्पीनेस आउट ऑफ दीज डेवलपर्स, ठीक है। ऐप अपडेट्स ऐसे होते हैं ऑलमोस्ट, ठीक है। तो ऐप अपडेट्स की ये खास बात है, बट सी मतलब पेनफुल हैं जो भी हैं, बट डोंट गेट मी रॉन्ग, ऐसा नहीं है कि आई हैव एनीथिंग अगेंस्ट दीज स्टोर्स, राइट। ये स्टोर्स हैं, इसी के वजह से आपके पास आज इतनी अच्छी अच्छी ऐप्स आ पा रही हैं, राइट। ये स्टोर्स जो प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड करते हैं, जो अपॉर्चुनिटी प्रोवाइड करती है, ये पहले नहीं थे डेवलपर्स के पास। पहले अगर आप इमेजिन करो अ वर्ल्ड विदाउट गूगल प्ले स्टोर, राइट। मतलब ऐप आप बनाते जा रहे हो, पर आपको पता ही नहीं है कि इसको डालना कहाँ है कि अचानक से लोगों के सामने आ जाए, राइट। प्लस द ट्रस्ट एंड क्रेडिबिलिटी फैक्टर इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर डाउनलोडिंग एप्स। आज अभी मैं बात कर रहा था, कुछ देर तो बता रहा था कि जो ऐप प्ले स्टोर पर नहीं होता है, मतलब चलो कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स तो होते बहुत ब्रेव होते हैं, ठीक है, कुछ भी डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं, कैसे भी डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं, कहीं से भी कर लेते हैं, बट बाकी जनता के लिए, राइट, अगर प्ले स्टोर पे नहीं है, ऐप स्टोर पे नहीं है, तो एक संग आप सोचते हो कि क्या करें डाउनलोड, क्या पता अंदर क्या चल रहा हो, क्योंकि कोड लिखना तो अब आपको भी आता है, तो पता है कि क्या क्या धूर्त हरकतें कर सकते हो आप उस ऐप के साथ, राइट। तो एक ट्रस्ट और क्रेडिबिलिटी एस्टेब्लिश करते हैं। प्लस आप इमेजिन करो ये जो ब्रेकआउट ऐप्स हुए हैं, राइट, कि एक बंदे ने अपने गैराज में बैठ के एक ऐप बना दिया, अगले दिन वो हिट हो गया पूरा, राइट। मतलब पूरी इंडिया के पास अचानक से वो ऐप है, आपको आ रहे हो, आपको 10 लोग आकर के बोल रहे हैं कि यार ये ऐप यूज किया गया, ऐप यूज किया गया। बोलो कि किसने बनाया? फेसबुक ने? बोला नहीं, कोई था एक आयुष शेखर नाम का आदमी, ठीक है, जिसने बना दिया और अचानक से ब्रेकआउट हो गया, हिट हो गया, राइट। तो प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे ऐप अपडेट्स इंपॉर्टेंट है, आई एग्री, बट अब मान लो आप प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर बन गए स्नेह की बात सुनकर, ठीक है। अब आप प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर बन जाओगे तो आपको एबी टेस्ट चलाने का मन करेगा, आपको मन करेगा कि ये यूआई इस तरीके से बेटर परफॉर्म करता है या ये यूआई इस तरीके से बेटर परफॉर्म करता है, राइट। आपको कुछ और भी मन कर सकता है, कुछ भी मन कर सकता है। तो अब वो सारी चीजें आप कैसे अकॉम्प्लिश करोगे? क्योंकि आपने एक बार कोड शिप कर दिया तो आप चेंज तो कर नहीं सकते, तो बस वही देखना है कि कैसे कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि कर तो सकते हैं, राइट। तो अब सोल्यूशन क्या है इस प्रॉब्लम का? तो यार देखो सोल्यूशन तो बहुत है, बहुत सोल्यूशन है। मतलब एक ये बेचारा इसके मुंह में दे दिया है लकड़ी, अब वो ले करके कैसे जाएगा? तो वो फिगर आउट करेगा ना कि ले करके कैसे जाएंगे। वी आर ऑल डेवलपर्स, वी आर कोडर्स, वी आर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर्स। हमको पैसे कोड लिखने के नहीं मिलते, हमको पैसे मिलते हैं प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के, राइट। कोड तो कोई भी लिख लेगा, आप अगर सोल्यूशन बता दो तो कोड लिखने में कितना टाइम लगता है, बट द पॉइंट इज कि प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना इज द रियल एक्सपर्टीज, राइट। बट क्या आज जो हम आपको बताएंगे उसके बाद आपको कभी भी ऐप अपडेट करना ही नहीं पड़ेगा। मतलब इट विल बी एक वर्जन 1 डाला गूगल प्ले स्टोर पे, अब भूल गए उसको, उसके बाद सर्वर ड्रिवन यूआई से ही खेल रहे हैं। देखो ऐसा नहीं है, और हम बताते हैं क्यों नहीं है। क्योंकि ऐप अपडेट्स आर लाइक रॉकी भाई। केजीएफ देखिए, किसने देखी है केजीएफ? अरे हाथ मत उठाओ यार, भाई चिल्लाओ। तो केजीएफ देखिए तो ये डायलॉग पता होगा कि वायलेंस वायलेंस वायलेंस, I don't like violence. I try to avoid, but violence likes me. I can't avoid. Similarly, app update, app update, app update. I don't like app update. I try to avoid, but I am app developer, so I can't avoid. तो ऐप अपडेट तो करने ही पड़ेंगे, बट इट्स जस्ट अबाउट फाइंडिंग द राइट बैलेंस एंड द ट्रेड ऑफ बिटवीन कि कितना करना है और कितना अवॉइड हो सकता है, नहीं भी कर सकते हो, ठीक है। तो अब इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है? रिमोट फ्लटर विजेट्स। ये क्या है भाई? मतलब ऐसे नाम से बहुत खतरनाक तो नहीं लग रहा है जितना हम खतरनाक बना करके बोल दिए, राइट। तो इसका नाम क्या है? रिमोट फ्लटर विजेट्स। तो 3 शब्द हैं, रिमोट, फ्लटर और विजेट, राइट। तो रिमोट मतलब कि कहीं दूर होगा, राइट। फ्लटर मतलब फ्लटर, पता ही है फ्लटर क्या है। और विजेट्स मतलब अब एवरीथिंग इन फ्लटर इज अ, अरे यार जोर से बोलो, एवरीथिंग इन फ्लटर इज अ। अब रिमोट मतलब बहुत दूर, फ्लटर मतलब फ्लटर का, विजेट मतलब एवरीथिंग इन फ्लटर इज अ विजेट, राइट। तो वो विजेट जो कहीं दूर रखा होता है वो हमारा रिमोट फ्लटर विजेट होता है, ठीक है। तो अब उसको यूज कैसे करना है, बस ये देखना है हमें। तो और विजेट भाई आप सोचो ना, मतलब आप वॉइड मेन चालू करते हो जब अपना आपका जो पॉइंट ऑफ इन्वोकेशन ऑफ योर कोड होता है, जहां से चालू होता है कि हाँ ये अब कोड यहाँ से एग्जीक्यूट करना स्टार्ट होगा, राइट। जो धागा आपने धीरे धीरे करके ओवर द मंथ्स, ओवर द डेज आपने पिरोया है, उसके पहला मोती ये विजेट ही होता है, राइट। जो आप वॉइड मेन फंक्शन के अंदर लिखते हो, इंस्टेंशिएट करते हो, वो भी एक विजेट ही होता है, सब विजेट ही है। एवरीथिंग इन फ्लटर इज अ विजेट। अब ये रिमोट फ्लटर विजेट है क्या? तो ये कॉन्सेप्ट है, बट इसको फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए एक्चुअली एक प्लगइन है, एक पैकेज, ठीक है, जिसका नाम है RFW। RFW का फुल फॉर्म क्या है? रिमोट फ्लटर विजेट। RFW का फुल फॉर्म क्या है? देखो अभी कुछ देर पहले आधे लोगों को फ्लटर आता ही नहीं था, फुल फॉर्म बता रहे हैं हमको, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, हम भी देख लेंगे। तो ये आप अगर देखोगे तो ऑफिशियल पब्लिशर इसका कौन है? तो फ्लटर डेव ही है, राइट। तो फ्लटर की जो ऑफिशियल टीम है उन्होंने ही रिलीज किया है, बट स्पेसिफिकली इस बंदे ने किया है। इसका नाम हिक्सी है, मतलब नाम तो इयन हिक्सन है, पर ऐसे कुछ लोगों को, जो लोग जिनको आपको ट्विटर पे देखने की आदत होगी, आप रियलाइज करोगे कि आप उनका नाम पता ही नहीं है, आप ना यूजर नेम याद रख लेते हो, राइट। मेरे साथ हुआ था, मैंने कंपनी स्विच की इस साल स्टार्टिंग में, तो एक बंदा था, उसको हम हमेशा ट्विटर पे ही जानते थे, राइट। और ट्विटर पे उसका नाम है ग्रूविन चिप। तो हम उससे बात कर रहे हैं तो हम उसको बोल रहे हैं, अरे ग्रूविन चिप भाई कैसे हो? बोल रहे भाई मेरा नाम ग्रूविन चिप थोड़ी है, ठीक है नाम तो कुछ और है। तो इसको सब लोग हिक्सी के नाम से ही जानते हैं। एंड ही वाज एक्चुअली वन ऑफ द ऑथर्स ऑफ क्रोम, ठीक है, ही वाज वन ऑफ द ऑथर्स ऑफ क्रोम, एंड नाउ ही इज वन ऑफ द मतलब ओरिजिनल ऑथर्स ऑफ फ्लटर। ही लीड्स द ओपन सोर्स फ्लटर प्रोजेक्ट आल्सो, इज द टीम लीड, वो गूगल में ही काम करते हैं, राइट। एंड ही इज वन ऑफ द पीपल हु हैव एक्चुअली रिटन फ्लटर, तो उसने ही बनाया है ये पैकेज, राइट। और एक्सपेरिमेंट क्यों है टाइटल में? बिकॉज ये एक्सपेरिमेंटल बेसिस पे बना था, ठीक है। ये तब प्रोडक्शन में जाएगा, तब इसको स्टेबल मार्क किया जाएगा जब ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग इसको यूज़ करेंगे और बताएंगे कि हाँ यार ये काम की चीज़ है कुछ, ठीक है। तो अब हमारा काम बनता है कि आपको बताएं ताकि आप यूज़ करो, फिर जाके फीडबैक दो, तो वो बोलेगा हाँ ब्रो सब लोग यूज़ कर रहे हैं, तो हम इसको स्टेबल बना देते हैं, ठीक है। तो अब काम कैसे करता है ये भी तो जानना पड़ेगा। बस हो गया कि कहीं दूर एक फ्लटर विजेट रखा है, तो अब ये बस बता के तो नहीं होगा ना, काम भी तो जानना पड़ेगा कैसे करता है। तो बड़ा सिंपल है, फ्लटर में आपको कोई भी प्लगइन या पैकेज यूज करना हो तो आप बस ऐसे pubspec.yaml में जाते हो, प्लगइन का वो एंट्री मारते हो और वो इंपोर्ट हो जाता है, ठीक है। आपका प्रोजेक्ट का पार्ट बन जाता है कि हाँ ये RFW पैकेज अब आप अपने प्रोजेक्ट में यूज कर सकते हो। फिर बस बहुत सिंपल है, कुछ नहीं करना, देखो बहुत ध्यान से देखना, ठीक है। एक मेन डॉट फाइल बनानी है, उसके अंदर RFW को इंपोर्ट कर देना है, फिर अपनी विजेट लाइब्रेरीज बना देनी है, फिर डायनामिक कंटेंट इनिशियलाइज करना है, रन टाइम इनिशियलाइज करना है, उसके बाद वो फाइल को पार्स करना है, फेच करना है, पार्स करना है और विजेट में रेंडर कर देना है, बस। क्या हुआ? सिंपल तो है, मतलब इतना ही सिंपल होता तो हमको 40 मिनट क्यों दिए गए होते, ठीक है। तो चलो आएंगे, एक एक करके आएंगे, डरो मत, कोई बात नहीं, भाई आया समझा के जाएगा। तो अब पहले बस ये समझ लेते हैं कि रिमोट विजेट्स का मतलब क्या होता है, लोकल विजेट्स का मतलब क्या होता है। तो रिमोट मतलब बहुत दूर, राइट। लोकल का मतलब घर का ही है, ठीक है, कहाँ जाएगा? तो वो होता है ना घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर। तो लोकल विजेट्स की तो कोई इज्जत है नहीं, अगर इज्जत होती तो रिमोट विजेट्स को लाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, राइट। तो वो नहीं होता कि मतलब आप घर पे डांट सुन रहे हो, अचानक से आपका फ्रेंड आता है, उसको आपकी मम्मी ला करके समोसा खिला रही है, तो बोलते कि ये क्या बात हुई, हमको क्यों नहीं खिला रहे थे इतनी देर से? बोले कि तुम तो घर ही में रहते हो, ठीक है। तो लोकल विजेट्स की इज्जत थोड़ी कम है, बिकॉज वो तो चले जाते हैं ना ऐप के साथ शिप होकर के, उनको बदल नहीं सकते, बट रिमोट विजेट्स को बदल सकते हैं, राइट? तो भाई रिमोट विजेट्स हैं जो कहीं दूर हैं, और लोकल विजेट्स हैं जो अपने घर पे हैं, अपने प्रोजेक्ट में, ठीक है? अब रिमोट विजेट्स, ठीक है, आप इतना बोलते रहो कि बहुत दूर हैं, बहुत दूर हैं, पर हैं क्या वो, उनको लिखते कैसे हैं? हाउ आर दे डिफरेंट फ्रॉम लोकल विजेट्स, ठीक है? तो बेसिकली क्या होता है कि RFW पैकेज यूज करने के लिए दो तरह की फाइल्स होती हैं, ठीक है? एक फाइल होती है जिसका एक्सटेंशन होता है .rfw, और एक फाइल होती है जिसका एक्सटेंशन होता है .rfw.txt, ठीक है? अब गेस करो कि हमारे आपके जैसे लोग जिनको ऑब्वियसली बाइनरी तो नहीं आती है, ठीक है, तो हमारे आपके लोग किस भाषा में लिख सकते हैं कोड? इंग्लिश में लिख सकते हैं, ठीक है? तो इन दोनों में से आपको कौन सा फाइल लग रहा है कि हमें बनाना पड़ेगा, कौन सा बन जाएगा खुद ब खुद? TXT वाली फाइल, राइट? बिकॉज TXT हम लोग लिख सकते हैं, .rfw के अंदर क्या जादू होता है हमको क्या पता, राइट? तो एंड इनफैक्ट नहीं भी पता हो तो चलता है, बिकॉज दैट इज वाई डेटा एब्स्ट्रैक्शन इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट एंड प्रिंसिपल ऑफ ऑब्जेक्ट ओरिएंटेड प्रोग्रामिंग। बहुत लोग बोलते हैं ना कि नहीं यार रियल कोड नहीं है फिर, ठीक है? मतलब बहुत लोग ऐसे होते हैं यहाँ पे, बहुत गेट कीपर आप लोगों में भी बैठे होंगे, ठीक है, जो बोलेंगे कि यार हम तो मतलब ये तो हम नहीं लिखते, हम तो मशीन लेवल कोड लिखते हैं। बोले कि हाँ तो बाइनरी में ही लिख लो ना, नहीं तो बाइनरी में ही लिख लो, अगर इतने ही तुमको इतना ही लिखना है तो बाइनरी में लिख लो, 0-1 में लिख दो पूरा कोड। डेटा एब्स्ट्रैक्शन आया है किसी पर्पस के वजह से, पर्पस ये है कि आपको ध्यान देना है अगर, तो अपनी प्रोडक्ट प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने पे दो ना, जो यूजर्स को प्रॉब्लम हो रही है उस पर ध्यान दो, ये छोटी छोटी चीजों में फंसे रह जाओगे तो उन पे ध्यान नहीं दे पाओगे, राइट? तो अगेन कमिंग बैक, थोड़ा गुस्से में इधर उधर निकल जाता हूँ, ठीक है? तो .rfw फाइल बन जाएगी, .rfw.txt फाइल हमें बनानी है, ठीक है? अब .rfw.txt फाइल कुछ ऐसी दिखती है। ये कोड हम उतनी जल्दी जल्दी एक्सप्लेन नहीं करेंगे, बट उतना एक्सप्लेन करने की जरूरत भी नहीं है। जिन्होंने फ्लटर कोड लिखा है उनको वो समझ आ रहा होगा कि क्या लिखा हुआ है, राइट? नॉर्मल जो विजेट आप लोकल विजेट यूज करके अपने प्रोजेक्ट में लिखते हैं ना, उसी तरीके से आप एक TXT फॉर्मेट में बस थोड़ा सा सेमीकोलन वगैरह हिला करके एक TXT फाइल बना दोगे, ठीक है? बहुत सिंपल है, दो इंपोर्ट स्टेटमेंट है, एक विजेट है और एक फ्लोटिंग एक्शन बटन है। ये सेम कोड है जो आप अपने प्रोजेक्ट में लिखते लोकली रन करने के लिए, ये बस आपने एक फाइल में लिख के छोड़ दिया कि हाँ भाई ये .rfw.txt फाइल में लिख के छोड़ दिया मैंने, ठीक है? फिर क्या किया आपने, अब प्रिपेयर कर लिया कि हाँ भाई ये मेरी rfw.txt फाइल है, आपने बना लिया, तो वो हो गया आपका रिमोट विजेट कोड, ठीक है? पर वो अभी क्या है, अभी वो है रिमोट विजेट कोड डिस्क्रिप्शन, क्योंकि आपने डिस्क्राइब किया है कि ये कोड ऐसा होना चाहिए। वो जो कंपाइलर है ना डाट का या पैकेज है जो RFW, उसको नहीं समझ आता कि आपने डिस्क्राइब कर दिया है, उसको समझाना पड़ेगा, और हम लोग क्या करेंगे, समझाएंगे, ठीक है? समझाएंगे कैसे? उसको कन्वर्ट कर देंगे, एनकोडर चलाएंगे, एक जादू होगा कुछ, और वो .rfw फाइल बन जाएगी। फिर वो .rfw फाइल बहुत सिंपल है, आपके ऐप में आप फेच करोगे API कॉल वगैरह करके, डाउनलोड करके, और उसको दे दोगे कि हाँ RFW बाबू लो खेलो, ठीक है? अब दे दोगे, वो उसको बॉल मिलेगी, वो खेलना चालू करेगा अपना, ठीक है? तो बस आपका गेम बस इतना है कि आप क्या करो, एक फाइल बनाओ, उसको सर्वर पे रख दो, वो सर्वर से फाइल डाउनलोड हो जाएगी, और उसके बाद वो अपना ट्रांसलेशन करके, वो आपका RFW पैकेज है, उसको रेंडर कर देगा हूबहू वैसे ही जैसे आपने डिस्क्राइब किया है। अब जो 2-3 पेज कोड दिखाया हमने आपको, उसमें आपने देखा होगा कि कुछ नई लाइंस थी। जिन्होंने फ्लटर लिखा है यहाँ पे, जिन्होंने भी फ्लटर लिखा है, जिन्होंने फ्लटर लिखा है, कैन यू गिव मी अ चीयर प्लीज? अरे आप ही तो हमारे ब्रांड एम्बेसडर हो, आपको जोर से चिल्लाना है। फ्लटर वालों गिव मी अ चीयर। ज्यादा फ्लटर वाले हो गए क्या? ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। तो आपको भी ये लाइंस नहीं लगी होंगी, ठीक है? जिनको फ्लटर नहीं भी आता है आपको तो नहीं लगेगी, ठीक है? तो बस हम क्विकली बता देते हैं कि इन लाइंस का अलग क्यों है, ये मतलब क्या है इनका, ठीक है? तो जो पहले दो इंपोर्ट स्टेटमेंट है, इंपोर्ट स्टेटमेंट नॉर्मल फ्लटर का कोड लिखने में भी होते हैं, डार्ट का कोड लिखने में भी होते हैं, बट वो थोड़े अलग होते हैं, उसमें आपको पाथ देना पड़ता है। अब आप सोचो, लोकल विजिट्स होते हैं तो सब अपने घर वाले ही हैं, उसको पता है कि उसकी मम्मी कौन है, उसको पता है उसके पापा कौन है, उसको पता है चाचा कौन है, चाची कौन है, सब पता है, ठीक है? कोई बाहर से आ रहा है तो उसका रिश्ता नाता कहाँ का है, क्या क्या है, उसका घर परिवार थोड़ी पता है आपको। तो आप थोड़ी बोलोगे कि हाँ ये यहाँ से ऐसे घूम के जाओ, वो करो, तब इसका घर आता है। आप उसका एड्रेस बताओगे, ठीक है, आप बताओगे कि हाँ आयुष बैंगलोर से आया है, आयुष रांची का है, राइट। आप लोग सब कहाँ के हो? इंदौर के। अरे कहाँ के हो? इंदौर के। अरे मतलब बाहर के भी हो गए, ठीक है, अभी तो इंदौर में हो, ठीक है, चलो इंदौर के हो, राइट। तो आप जब बाहर से आते हो तो आपका रिकग्निशन जो होता है, आपकी जो फैमिली होती है उसका एड्रेस बताया जाता है, राइट। तो सिमिलरली जो रिमोट विजिट्स होते हैं वो घर के नहीं है, राइट। तो उनके लिए क्या होता है कि उनके लिए हमें लाइब्रेरी बनानी पड़ती है, विजिट लाइब्रेरीज, ठीक है, और वो उनकी फैमिली बन जाती है फिर। तो हम लोग बोलते हैं हाँ भाई ये फलाना सेठ पधारे हैं, ये हैं किसके? तो कोर विजिट्स लाइब्रेरी के। हाँ ये ढिमकाना सेठ पढ़ा रहे हैं, ये कहाँ के हैं भाई? मटेरियल विजिट्स लाइब्रेरी के। और ऐसे आप अपनी लाइब्रेरीज भी बना सकते हो, ठीक है। तो जितने रिमोट विजिट्स आप बनाओगे उसकी अपनी लाइब्रेरी भी हो सकती है, आपने जो बनाई हो। हम लोग बनाएंगे अभी थोड़ी देर में, ठीक है। और बाकी दोनों चीज, अब जैसे बाकी दोनों चीज हैं वो RFW पैकेज के हैं। तो फॉर एग्जांपल जो रन टाइम है, रन टाइम को आप ऐसा समझ सकते हो कि रन टाइम वो मॉड्यूल है जो कि ये कन्वर्जन करता है, जिसको समझ आता है कि अच्छा ये रिमोट विजिट है, ये फ्लटर विजिट है, तो वो कन्वर्ट करके उसको लोकल विजिट बना देता है, ठीक है। और डायनामिक कंटेंट क्या है? अब आप इनफैक्ट आपको सुबह जब भावना की टॉक हो रही थी तो उन्होंने एक शब्द यूज किया था, स्टेट, ठीक है। स्टेट क्या होता है? स्टेट इज समथिंग दैट कैन चेंज इन योर एप्लीकेशन। फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप ऐप वेब छोड़ो, आप ये बताओ हमारी धरती पर स्टेट क्या होता है? ये ऑडिटोरियम का स्टेट अभी क्या है? पार्शियली फुल, राइट। दिस कैन बी वेकेंट, दिस कैन बी फुल। तो दीज आर दी अवेलेबल स्टेट्स ऑफ दिस ऑडिटोरियम। इस धरती का क्या स्टेट है कि कभी घूम रही है, कभी रुक जाएगी, जब रुक जाएगी तो बचेंगे नहीं, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। तो वो धरती का स्टेट है, राइट। तो जो चीजें चेंज हो सकती है ना, राइट, वो क्या होता है उसको हम लोग डायनामिक कंटेंट के अंदर डालते हैं। तो रन टाइम इज व्हाट दैट एस्टैब्लिशेस द प्रेमिस कि इसके अंदर अब आप रिमोट फ्लटर विजिट चलाओ। और डायनामिक कंटेंट क्या होता है कि जो चीजें बदलने वाली है, राइट, उनको आप डायनामिक कंटेंट के थ्रू बदल सकते हो, ठीक है। तो रन टाइम आप इन लोगों की तरह समझ सकते हो कि ये KLM एयरलाइंस के कर्मचारी हैं, तो एयरलाइंस को मेंटेन करना, राइट, कि कौन सा पार्ट पुर्जा कहाँ से खोल के कहाँ डालना है, ये वो देखेंगे। तो रन टाइम ये लोग हैं, ठीक है। बट ये एग्जांपल वैसे बहुत अच्छा नहीं है क्योंकि KLM एयरलाइंस बहुत अच्छी नहीं है, ठीक है, बहुत लेट होती है वो। तो रन टाइम आप ऐसे समझ सकते हो। डायनामिक कंटेंट आप धरती, स्वयं धरती को समझ लो, बिकॉज धरती घूमते रहती है, तो दिन से रात, रात से दिन, समर सीजन कन्वर्ट्स टू मानसून सीजन, मानसून सीजन कन्वर्ट्स टू विंटर सीजन, विंटर के बाद स्प्रिंग आता है, ऑटम आ जाता है, समर आ जाता है, क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, कभी भी कुछ भी आ जाता है, ठीक है। तो डायनामिक कंटेंट आप इस तरीके से समझ सकते हो कि धरती घूम रही है वैसे ही स्टेट चेंज होगा हमारा भाई, तुम देख लो, ठीक है। अब एक एक करके जाते हैं। तो डायनामिक कंटेंट जो है उसका एग्जांपल अगर आपने नोटिस किया हो तो जो हमने डिस्क्रिप्शन बनाया था ना विजिट का कि हाँ भाई ये डिस्क्रिप्शन है, ये जा करके दिखेगा अब, ठीक है, उसमें हमने वहां पे डेटा डॉट काउंटर यूज किया हुआ है। वो डेटा हमने डिक्लेयर तो किया नहीं कहीं, राइट। तो दैट इज जस्ट अ मीनिंग कि हाँ ब्रो ये डेटा डॉट काउंटर का जो वैल्यू है ना, वो जब तुम पहुंचोगे ना वो अपने लोकल वाले घर, वहां मिलेगा तुमको वैल्यू, ठीक है, और उसके हिसाब से तुमको वैल्यू दिखाना होगा इस टेक्स्ट विजिट के अंदर। तो अभी से पहले से प्रिपेयर्ड मत रहो, ठीक है, हम कुछ हार्ड कोड नहीं कर सकते। अब आप ही सोच के देखो, कोई दूसरे घर से आ रहा है, ठीक है, उसको क्या पता आपके घर में क्या क्या चल रहा है, ठीक है, वो घर आएगा, बैठेगा, देखेगा, सुनेगा, समझेगा, तब तो उसको पता चलेगा, बस वही बात है, ठीक है। तो डायनामिक कंटेंट की एंट्री बना दी, दिस इज लाइक अ प्लेस होल्डर, ठीक है, कि हाँ भाई यहाँ पे ऐसा ऐसा होगा। तो प्रोसेस क्या है? सिंपल है, पूरा प्रोसेस क्या है, ठीक है। प्रिपेयर द रन टाइम इन डायनामिक कंटेंट। अब आपने जब अपना मेन डॉट डाट खोला जहां पे आप अपना फ्लटर कोड लिख रहे हो जो आप एक्चुअली शिप करोगे, देखो डिस्क्रिप्शन तो वो हो गया जो आप अपने पास सहेज के कहीं दूर रखोगे अपने सर्वर पे, ठीक है, बट कुछ तो शिप करोगे ना, मतलब ऐप तो भेजनी है ना यूजर के हाथ में। तो यूजर के हाथ में जो आपको ऐप भेजनी है उसमें आप क्या करोगे? बहुत सिंपल है, जो रन टाइम है और डायनामिक कंटेंट है वो आप डिक्लेयर करोगे, इनिशियलाइज करोगे, फिर रन टाइम को बोलोगे ब्रो देखो इन दो परिवार के लोग आ सकते हैं यहाँ पर। तो क्या हो रहा है? रन टाइम डॉट अपडेट। रन टाइम डॉट अपडेट में क्या दे रहे हैं? लाइब्रेरी का नाम। लाइब्रेरी का नाम क्या है? कोर विजिट्स। दूसरी लाइब्रेरी का नाम क्या है? मटेरियल विजिट्स। तो रन टाइम को बता दिया कि देखो इन दो परिवार के लोग यहाँ पर आ सकते हैं, ठीक है, इनका कोई मेंबर आए तो उसको अंदर ले आना, उसका क्या रोल है तुमको पता होना चाहिए अब, ठीक है, वो बता दिया रन टाइम का काम। फिर आप अब देखो कि एक अपडेट डेटा फंक्शन भी है नीचे, उसमें क्या कर रहे हैं कि डेटा डॉट अपडेट काउंटर कर रहे हैं। आपने वहां देखा था ना डिस्क्रिप्शन में कि डेटा डॉट काउंटर लिखा हुआ था, वो यहां बता रहे हैं अब कि हाँ देखो काउंटर पे अगर कोई वैल्यू मांगे तुमसे तो ये वाला वैल्यू जो वहां पर है वो काउंटर वाला इज इक्वल टू 0 लिखा हुआ है ना, वो दे देना उसको, ठीक है। सेकेंड स्टेप बहुत सिंपल है। अगेन जो फाइल हमने बनाई थी ना, जो कहीं दूर थी हमारे सर्वर पे, उसको डाउनलोड कर लेंगे। उसका कोड मैंने नहीं लिखा है, ठीक है, आप कर लेना डाउनलोड कर लेंगे। उसके बाद क्या करेंगे, बस उसको मेमोरी में उठा करके लाएंगे और देख लेंगे, उसको पढ़ेंगे, फिर रीड करेंगे, ठीक है। रीड करके पार्स कर लेंगे तो क्या होगा कि कुछ कोड अब पार्स हो गया हमारे पास, ठीक है, कि हाँ भाई ये कोड है, ये दूसरे घर से आए थे हमारे मेहमान, अब हम पहचान हो गई है, शिनाख्त हो गई है, ठीक है, कि ये इंसान इसी परिवार का यही व्यक्ति होती है। पहचान नहीं हो पाएगी तो फिर ट्राई कैच में डालना पड़ेगा भाई, कि मतलब पुलिस को बुला करके हाँ भाई हम नहीं जानते, इनको ले जाओ, हमको नहीं पता ये कहाँ से आए हैं। ऐसा हो सकता है, मतलब आप प्रोडक्ट डेवलपर हो, आपको पता होना चाहिए। आप जो सर्वर से कुछ मंगाते हो, क्या पता कोई मतलब आपने बिरयानी मंगाई, किसी ने पोहे जलेबी भेज दी, कुछ भी हो सकता है, ठीक है। तो आपको देखना होगा भाई, आपको शिनाख्त अपनी करनी होगी अपने एंड से। फिर अब विजेट तो विजेट होता है, तो बिल्ड कर लेंगे बस, ठीक है। थोड़ा बहुत सिंटैक्स है वो लगाएंगे, और जो रिमोट विजेट्स हमारे पास आए हैं उनका एड्रेस बता करके बोलेंगे कि हाँ हाँ ठीक है ये है रिमोट विजेट, ये लेंगे और बिल्ड कर देंगे, ठीक है। तो बस जो विजेट आपका सर्वर पे था अभी थोड़ी देर पहले, ये कुछ चंद लम्हे पहले जो रिमोट सर्वर पे पड़ा हुआ था विजेट, वो अब उठ करके आके आपके लोकल पे आ गया है और अब आपको स्क्रीन पे दिखेगा भी, ठीक है। तो हमने पहले क्या किया, पहले गन तैयार की, उसके बाद फैच एंड प्रोसेसिंग में उसमें एम्यूनिशन भरा, गोलियां भरी। थर्ड में इसमें इस स्टेप में क्या कर रहे हैं, बस अब गोली चलाने की देर है, ठीक है। यार इतनी जोर से हंसोगे तो दिक्कत हो जाएगी, ठीक है। हाँ समझ रहे हैं, मतलब हंसने का भी समय आएगा, ठीक है, बट अभी नहीं प्लीज। तो कूल है, तो अब हमने गोली चला दी। बट एक बात बताओ, अब अगर जैसे मान लो कोई बटन आ गया, ठीक है, यूआई ही है, बटन तो आ ही सकता है, बटन नहीं आएंगे तो फिर काम कैसे करेगा यूआई। तो बटन आ गया रिमोट, हमारे दूर दराज के रिश्तेदार थे, उन्होंने बटन भेज दिया। अब बटन वहां से आया है, उस पर क्लिक हो रहा है कि नहीं, ये हमारे लोकल कोड बेस को कैसे पता चलेगा। कोई तो तरीका होना चाहिए कि हमारे लोकल कोड बेस को भी पता चल जाए कि वो जो दूर से बटन साहब आए हैं वो क्लिक हुए भाई, क्लिक हुए, ठीक है। तो पता चलना चाहिए, तो वो कैसे पता चलता है, आपने देखा नहीं होगा, ठीक है। जब हमने डिस्क्रिप्शन लिखा था तो जैसे हमने डेटा का यूज किया था ना, उसी तरीके से डिस्क्रिप्शन में हमने एक इवेंट शब्द का भी यूज किया था, और वहां पे हमने बताया था कि जब आपको क्लिक होना है ना तो आपको ये इवेंट पास करना है, इवेंट का नाम है इंक्रीमेंट, ठीक है। तो ये कोड अब हमारे पास यहाँ पर अंदर लिखा हुआ है। ऑन इवेंट आप देख रहे हो, एक फंक्शन है, एक कॉल बैक एक्चुअली, वहां पे वो चेक करेगा कि अगर इंक्रीमेंट लिखा हुआ आता है, ठीक है, अगर प्रेस होगा तो इंक्रीमेंट इवेंट आएगा। वो इवेंट हम पर बस देख लेंगे कि हाँ ब्रो इंक्रीमेंट नाम का इवेंट आया है क्या। अगर इंक्रीमेंट नाम का इवेंट आता है तो हमको क्या करना है, काउंटर की वैल्यू को प्लस इज इक्वल टू 1, क्या होगा इससे, 0 होगा तो 1 हो जाएगा, 1 होगा तो 2 हो जाएगा, राइट। तो बढ़ के और फिर हम लोग क्या करेंगे, अपडेट डेटा फंक्शन कॉल करेंगे। ये अपडेट डेटा फंक्शन वही है जो यहाँ था नीचे, राइट, कि अब आपने डेटा अपडेट तो कर लिया, पर आपको अपने जो दूर से मेहमान आए हैं उनको बताना भी तो है कि डेटा अपडेट हो गया। तो आपने अब बता भी दिया कि हाँ ब्रो डेटा अपडेट हो गया है, तुमको तुम्हारे ही ऊपर क्लिक हुआ था, तुम्हारा ही डेटा अपडेट हो गया है। इसका मतलब क्या है कि जो मेहमान आए हैं वो थोड़े बेवकूफ होते हैं, ठीक है। मतलब क्लिक भी उन्हीं के ऊपर हो रहा है, बताना भी हम ही को पड़ रहा है कि तुम्हारे ऊपर क्लिक हो रहा है, ठीक है। तो वो बेवकूफ इसलिए होते हैं बिकॉज सर्वर ड्रिवन यूआई में यू कैन शिप यूआई, ठीक है, यू कांट शिप लॉजिक। तो इसलिए लॉजिक जो था स्टेट चेंज का, वो अभी भी आप देख रहे हो लोकली ही लिखा हुआ है। एक और तरीका है जिससे आप लॉजिक भी शिप कर सकते हो, थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, तो कुछ हम आपकी जिज्ञासा पर भी छोड़ेंगे, राइट, कि आप खुद जाकर के ढूंढें। पर मोस्टली जो मोस्ट प्रैक्टिकल यूज केस है उसमें क्या है कि हाँ ब्रो यूआई दूर के किसी मकान से आएगा और आप उसको समझ करके अपना काम कर। अरे बाप रे डेंजरस था यार ये तो, ठीक है। तो वो बिल्ड हो गया, इवेंट